President McNicholas, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good afternoon and welcome to the April 20th, 2022 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session. The time is 4:09 p.m. Per CDPH and Cal OSHA guidelines, the use of masks is strongly recommended but not required when indoors at the district office. Members of the public may attend this meeting in person or participate by phone. A registration link has been posted on the board meeting agenda page of our website for those who plan to call in to address the board this evening. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullicus. Trustee Bullicus is absent. Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis. Trustee Davis is with us online.
Here.
She is here. Trustee
Here.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here. Mrs. Hayes, before the board recesses to closed session, is there anyone who would like to speak to a closed session agenda item?
There are none.
Thank you. The board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items. A, public health emergency, consultation with agency counsel. B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 6 cases, significant exposure to litigation, 3 cases, and significant exposure to litigation, 1 case. C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 3 cases. D, conference with real property negotiators. Property, San Juan, Pacifica San Juan property, a 7.292 acre property located at the northeast corner of Camino Las Ramblas and Avenue de California. Property, South Transportation and Groundskeeping Facility, a 5.51 acre property located at 26126 Victoria Boulevard, Dana Point. Property, Paseo de Colinas property, 2.47 acre property located at Paseo de Colinas adjacent to Miguel Hills Middle School. Conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, PUMA, and unrepresented employees. Item F, liability claim, rejection of government claim number 2208993. G, student readmission, 2 cases. H, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, 1 case, and principals at multiple sites. Item I, public employee employment appointment, principals elementary school, principals multiple sites. Item J, public employment and evaluation performance, the superintendent. The board will now recess to closed session.
President McNicholas, live stream is now in progress. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the April 20th, 2022 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session. The time is 7:07 p.m. Per CDPH and Cal OSHA guidelines, the use of masks is strongly recommended but not required when indoors at the district office. Please note that we have Spanish interpreters attending this evening's board meeting and they are available to anyone in the back of the room. Tenemos asistencia de intérpretes en español disponible. Members of the public may attend this meeting in person or participate by phone. A registration link has been posted on the meeting agenda page of our website for those who plan to call in to address the board this evening. The district board policy 1313, civility policy, promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. Any individual who disrupts or threatens to disrupt school or office operations, uses obscenities, or speaks in a demanding, loud, insulting, or demeaning manner will be directed to leave school property. If there's a disruption in tonight's meeting, including heckling, shouting out, pounding on the windows, or any other similar behavior, there's a deputy and added security in attendance, and you may be asked to leave or be subject to removal. Warnings will be issued by the presiding board officer, and the gavel will be used in order to support controlling the crowd. After first and second warning, if behavior continues, the presiding officer will adjourn the board and have security clear the room. Once the boardroom is cleared, the board may return and continue board business. Non-disruptors may participate outside of the building and can speak to agenda items using the outside microphone. Oral communications, which comes early in the agenda, is an opportunity for the public to comment on issues that are not on tonight's agenda. By board policy, the total time allotted for oral communications is 20 minutes with a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker. But the per speaker time may be less if there's a large number of speakers. Under California law, board members cannot respond to non-agenda oral communications comments. As a reminder, we ask you, the audience, not to engage with Ms. Padilla, our student advisor. Please allow her time and space to speak unhindered and afford her the same respect we offer all student speakers who attend board meetings. Please note, if we have any students registered to speak this evening on any agenda item, we will hear them before any adult speaker. As a reminder, once an agenda item is begun, no further blue cards will be accepted. Please note on agenda item 13C3, resignation, retirements, employment, certificated employees has a typo on line 15. The daily rate of pay should read $175. Revised copies are in the back of the room and posted on the district website. Please note on agenda item 14A11, board policy number 5141.52, suicide prevention. This item has been revised to add language regarding the frequency of parent leave. Revised copies are in the back of the room, posted on our district website, and provided to trustees. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Student advisor Padilla.
Here.
Trustee Bullicus. Trustee Bullicus is traveling with students this evening, and I believe she will not be able to be on this evening. She'll be absent for this portion of the meeting. She may come on later tonight. We'll keep you posted. Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Davis is with us online. Trustee Hanichek. Here. Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here. I would like to ask Greg Young to lead the Pledge of Allegiance tonight.
Over your heart, ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mrs. Hayes, please read the report out from closed session. Oh, I'm sorry. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Hannachek, second by trustee Castellanos. This is a roll call because we have people online.
Student Advisor Pradia. Aye. Trustee Bullockis is absent. Trustee Castellanos. Aye. Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hannachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones. Aye. Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Now, Mrs. Hayes, will you please report out of closed session?
Motion carries
Oh, sorry.
Zero.
I'm sorry.
to adopt the agenda this evening. And now we're for it out of closed session. On agenda item 3A, public health emergency, no reportable action. On agenda item 3B, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. B, items B1 through BC6, trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following ADR cases. Case number 20210611N, 20220131, 20220207, 20220225, 20220314, 20220321. On agenda item B7, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item B8, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following OAH cases. Case number 2021110345, 2022010494, 2022020624. On agenda item 3D, conference with real property negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3E, conference with labor negotiators, agenda item E1, trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendation. On agenda item E2, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3F, liability claims, trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendation on the rejection of government claim number 2208993. On agenda item 3G, student readmissions, trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendations on case numbers 2019056 and case number 2021004. On agenda item 3H, public employee discipline dismissal release, item H1, trustees voted 6-0 to approve staff recommendation. On agenda item H2, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3I, public employee employment appointment, trustees voted 6-0 to appoint Christopher Demiak, elementary principal, assigned to Wood Canyon Elementary School, effective April 20th, 2022. Trustees also voted 6-0 to appoint Reggie Petrino, elementary principal, assigned to Canyon Vista Elementary School, effective April 25th, 2022. Trustees voted 6-0 to appoint Natalie West, Odabunby elementary principal, assigned to Bathgate Elementary, effective July 1, 2022. And finally, on agenda item 3J, public employment and evaluation of performance, trustees gave direction to staff. This concludes my report.
I just want the record to show that trustee Bullockis was present in closed session for our minutes.
Mrs. Hayes, do you know if any of our principal appointments are here tonight? Okay, I was just going to recognize them in the platform again. Okay, well, we clap for you if you're online. Okay, at this point, I'd like to recognize Jimmy Komodo, Coordinator, Communications, Public Relations, and Marketing, to present tonight's extra milers.
Thank you, President President Nicholas, members of the board, Superintendent Vital Brutti. After a 2-year hiatus, the Visual and Performing Arts Honors Concert came back in 2022 in a new venue and with some vibrant additions. Capistrano Valley High School hosted the concert outside on a beautiful sunny afternoon on March 19th. And along with the instrumental and choral performances, an art show was held inside of the school showcasing visual arts from around the district for the first time. CCA teacher Mark Reed and his students prepared a video recap of the event, which we'd like to show for you now.
the actual concert went on. So, not such a while we're waiting, I do know that this is a recap, like you said, so the entire video is available. I've seen the whole thing and it's phenomenal. So if you're not satisfied with the taste of your vegetarian this evening, you can go on, is it CUSD website have it?
Yes, the VAPA webpage has a longer recap of this and also some additional.
Thank you, because there's where we'll be missing some really amazing student voices and amazing teachers. So you're just gonna get you're gonna get a taste.
So we can just go to capousd.org and like search for VAPA and it'll show us the right spot.
Correct.
Okay,
It's outstanding.
Welcome to the 2022 University Arts and Music Festival. This afternoon, you're in for quite a treat as we showcase close to 700 talented artists of the thousands enrolled in our vocal and instrumental courses throughout our 55 school sites.
So there was a lot of interest in this festival. The kids really worked hard to prepare their audition. We were really proud of the work that they put in. The spots got pretty competitive. It was really great to see that there were so many kids who were interested, and we're really grateful to give them this opportunity.
It's with any type of artist, especially in music, it takes a lot. It's a lot of work, and all of a sudden you find that you can do it. Kids that are best students from all over the districts, with a conductor that we've never played for before. So the kids have had an opportunity to get together just for a few rehearsals to learn to play together, and I think they're rising to the challenge really well.
Singing with choir has always just been super fun on its own, and then bringing all of the best singers from every single school in our district just makes it so much more fun, just so much better.
I had an amazing time. It's an amazing people, and I created something that's bigger for me, and it's just an amazing experience that you're not going to regret.
I was very hesitant about joining at first because I had never done it before, but I think once you kind of get yourself in it and you experience the love that people share and the love for music, it just becomes so much more fun than you expected it to be.
Choir for me is an amazing experience. I have always looked up to high school choirs and like seeing all the big kids still having fun doing choir, and I'm now here. The best experience of my entire life. I have made my best friends here, and I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world.
It gives kids who are shy a voice. It gives kids who feel invisible a place to belong and a place to be. And overall, it just gives everybody a big picture thing to work towards that they can be proud of.
This magnificent event was made possible by incredible efforts from teachers, administrators, and volunteers. Their tireless work and passion for music and visual arts made this a memorable experience for the over 800 students involved. CUSD would like to recognize those extra milers tonight and thank them for helping these performers shine. I'm going to name off some people here that were exceptional with help with this event. Several of them are here tonight. If you hear your name, please stand. Dr. Catherine Nolan, Master of Ceremonies. Sue Hill, Event Coordinator. Clark Fisher, Director 1, Performing Arts Center and Facilities. Justin Barnes, Lead Theater Technician. Andy Waldecat, Event Logistics Lead. James Kasecker, Event Logistics Support. Andrea Howard, Programs Coordinator. Keith Hancock, High School Vocal Manager. Dean McElroy, High School Symphonic Manager. Ashley Stevens, Middle School Strings Manager. Richard Perez, Middle School Band Manager. Rachel Wright, Middle School Vocal Manager. Evelyn Lee, Elementary Manager, Strings. Kim Nason, Elementary Manager, Vocal. Sharon Evans, Elementary Manager, Vocal. Mafrin Santok, Elementary Manager, Band. Chad Cunningham, Elementary Manager, Band. Andy Magana, Guest Conductor. Albert Young, Guest Conductor. Shauna Stewart, a Guest Conductor. Kathy Ollinger, Guest Conductor. Nina Carson, Visual Arts Coordinator. John Masustin, Capo Valley Principal. Adam Mendoza, Supervisor Custodial Services. Jennifer Blinn, Parent Volunteer. One final round of applause for all these people, and to all of our music teachers, a special thank you for a great event. Our next special recognition tonight, our ASB school this week is Union High School, and to present is Principal Brittany Casey.
Thank you all very much for having us here tonight. I am honored to be here on behalf of Union High School. I'd like to introduce our ASB teacher, Mrs. Heather Renard. And we have two students tonight who would like to speak to all of you about the amazing work that they have brought to Union this year. One is a junior, Quinn Burnett, and our senior, Edgar Rodriguez. Here they are.
Superintendent Vital Brulte, Board President McNicholas, members of our CUSD Board of Trustees, district guests, parents, and peers. My name is Quinn Burnett, and this is my friend Edgar Rodriguez, and we are happy to be here tonight to represent Capistrano Union High School's ASB program. We've had an eventful year and are looking forward to sharing some of the amazing things we have seen and have been able to do throughout the year here at Union.
Thanks, Quinn, and thank you all for having us here. As the district's model continuation high school, we get a group of students from all 6 big high schools each quarter. So it's our quarterly challenge and goal to quickly create a welcoming and engaging environment to everyone. We want to begin by thanking our ASB teacher, Ms. Heather Renard, and Principal Casey for bringing enthusiasm and support through fun activities, helping us create a positive environment that encourages students' involvement and participation.
We started the year by introducing our very own Clash of the Classes competitions between our homerooms. These competitions include activities such as boom ball, Hawaiian beach ball volleyball, kickball, pumpkin pie eating contest, gold coin scavenger hunt, and many, many more opportunities for students to feel connected to our school in low stress situations. Representing their homeroom classes, a few volunteers from each homeroom would participate in these games to earn points for their class. It has been so nice to see both our teachers and classroom peers rooting on their homeroom team to earn points and ultimately win the Clash of the Classes at the end of the quarter. We are able to celebrate the winning homeroom class by providing them with an end of the quarter party of their choice.
ASB also hosts Game Day Fridays, our Fun Fridays at lunch, which provides a family-friendly atmosphere, playing music and games available for those wanting to have a bit of fun during our break, such as cornhole, Jenga, Connect Four, and ping pong. This environment encourages students to put down their cell phone for a bit and to get out the comfort zone, interact with one another, creating a new friendship and socializing. ASB monitors who plays and which homeroom they represent to give their homeroom those earned points.
This year, Mrs. Casey introduced the 5-star student system to Union High School. I'm sure this is familiar to many of your schools, but for Union, it's a new opportunity for our students to earn individual points for positive behavior, academic successes, attendance, or school-wide participation. Our teachers and staff can award points to our students for any positive engagement, with the caveat that they only need to make sure the students know why they are earning those points to encourage repetitive positive behavior. Throughout the week, students are able to visit our Union Market to redeem their 5-star points. It's been exciting to see so many students around campus wearing Union sweatshirts, beanies, and hats they bought with their 5-star points. 5 stars become very popular with our students and is a wonderful opportunity for our teachers and staff to provide immediate and positive feedback and make connections. As we don't have a typical full associate student body, we're always looking for ways to include more student incentives in our store and find support from our community members through donations.
In addition to our ASB creating weekly activities to encourage students' involvement and support our classrooms competition, we organized, promoted, and hosted high school-wide celebrations to outreach programs. These include things such as Halloween festivals, annual Thanksgiving fest, where our own culinary arts program cooked for several meals to our entire school, over 200 people. A soccer game held between the teachers' PE classes, holiday grams, and school blood drives to support those in needs.
We also take pride in celebrating our student achievements by honoring those selected for our Student of the Week. Our ASB members photograph and display on campus our staff pick Students of the Week for all to see and celebrate. This is truly an honor, which students strive for each week, and our ASB group loves celebrating those achievements.
To continue supporting, making connections to our school and celebrating our students, the members of our quarterly ASB class writes weekly announcements and reminders to encourage our peers to attend assigned study halls and mandatorials, provide shout outs for weekly birthdays, acknowledge our quarterly graduates, and try to encourage participation in our upcoming school-wide events. We're extremely proud of our new installed marquee located in front of our building, which has given us the opportunity to highlight all the wonderful things happening here within the gates of Union High School, our amazing community.
ASB has worked hard this year to make Union High School a fun, comfortable, positive, and safe place to be for all students. At Union, any student interested in being involved in a leadership role has the opportunity to do so in a low stress and encouraging environment. I know I speak for both Edgar and myself when I share how proud of we are to be students at Union High School and are hopeful that the work done by our ASB group this year supports the entire school community, feeling just as proud as the two of us.
Thank you for your time tonight, and thank you for allowing us to speak on behalf of the Union High School, the little school, the big heart.
Nicholas, I just was informed for those listening in at home, our live link is not working. So let's confirm that everything is taped, right? Our presentation. So because folks at home just missed out on 2 amazing presentations. So I don't know if it's been fixed, but someone just who is trying to listen in, our live link is not working.
Oh. It's working. Somebody says it's working.
Link is working.
Okay. All right. Well, sorry, we have to start over. Only joking. Thank you so much, Quinn and Edgar and Ms. Renard and Principal Brittany Casey. You guys are fabulous, and it truly is the little school with a big heart. Love visiting there, and thank you so much for coming and explaining to us what you're doing. So, I love that. And I love the Performing Arts Festival. That was, I mean, I like the Segerstrom Center. I mean, I'm not about that, but this was so much fun. It was so much fun to be out there, and so inclusive, and everybody could be there. Anyway, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. We're going on to Superintendent and Trustee comments. Superintendent Vital-Brutti.
Great. Good evening and welcome both online and in person. I hope you all had an incredible spring break and found time to do all of your favorite things. For our teachers, classified staff, and administrators, coming back from spring break means we're beginning that marathon to the end of the school year. June 2nd, we'll be here before we know it, and we have state testing, open houses, senior awards, end of the year performances, and so many other events and activities planned to end this school year. We want to end it strong, celebrating every student, appreciating the slow return to more normal. I want to share some amazing celebrations tonight. The robot dolphins from outer space, CUSD's robotics competition team, continued its remarkable season. They took first place at the Aerospace Valley Regional Competition on April 6th to qualify for the first for Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology Championship in Houston, April 20th to 23rd. They're there right now. The team also earned the Entrepreneurial Award for its business plan. Read about their Orange County competition win on CUSD Insider and stay tuned for updates on the national championship performance happening as we speak. The Dana Hills Best Buddies program was selected to serve as the Grand Marshals for the Los Angeles Best Buddies Friendship Walk this Saturday, April 23rd at 9 a.m. in Long Beach. Members of the Best Buddies International visited the group on campus Monday to celebrate the achievement of signing up the most participants in the region. The event is free to the public to participate in, and full information is available at the Best Buddies Friendship Walk site. Capistrano Unified School District received 2 awards in recent weeks. The California Department of Education selected CUSD as a model school attendance review board recipient. State Superintendent Tony Thurman chose CUSD as one of the 6 model programs in the state, reducing chronic absenteeism rates and improving student attendance. I want to thank Mike Beekman and Jenna Perry for their work on this great honor. The NAM Foundation honored CUSD with the Best Communities for Music Education designation. The award is given to districts that demonstrate outstanding achievement in efforts to provide music access and education to all of our students. So thank you to all of our music faculty. Aliso Viejo Middle School student Tristan Dyke received a Nassau You've Got Perseverance Award on April 5th. The 7th grader was one of 8 national recipients selected for demonstrating perseverance in academic pursuits. Tristan received a personal message from the Perseverance rover on Mars and had a video chat with the team at Mission Control. We're so excited for him. Yesterday afternoon, we celebrated the opening of the brand new STEM building at Aliso Viejo. The building features 6 new science classrooms to support our STEM programs. I want to thank Trustee Castellanos, Principal Hatcher, and the entire Aliso Miguel High School administrators for planning the event. I also want to thank our facilities team, including Chief Facilities Officer John Forney, maintenance and operations, and all of our staff who work to make the new classrooms a reality for our Aliso Miguel High School students. I also want to thank and recognize PB Architects and designer Bruce Wu from New Dynasty, and general contractor Greg Smith, our project manager from Teleq Construction Management Services. It takes a village to build a building. I'm proud of the collaborative work the district did with the cities Mission Viejo and Aliso Viejo to prioritize new buildings at New Hart Middle School and Aliso Miguel High School, both of which are now open and used by our students, and leverage $87 redevelopment and other state matching funds to make those buildings happen. Finally, I want to share the celebration visits we plan for our school sites throughout the district as we close the school year. Today, we visited Ambule Elementary to congratulate them on tremendous growth in iReady and Dibble scores. Our school's been putting strategies in place to support students by name, by need, with teacher staff, classified staff, and administrators collaborating, training, planning together. The results are extraordinary. We have more visits planned across the district, and we'll be sharing more about our strategies, including the use of COVID funds to address the needs of our students, the results of which are spectacular. And that ends my report.
Thank you. Trustee Bulkus, she's not online yet. Okay, all right. Trustee Castellanos.
I was just going to mention yesterday the amazing event that we had at Aliso Miguel and our ribbon cutting ceremony and opening that brand new building. And as the superintendent mentioned, the state-of-the-art classrooms that are now servicing our physics classes, chemistry, and some biology classes. But if you ask the students, the best part of the building is probably brand new bathrooms. So congratulations, it's a beautiful building.
Trustee Davis, do you have any comments?
I do. In the last month, I was able to attend several events. It's so fun to have everything back. So the Truman Fun Run was awesome. Running with the kids at both Truman and at Vista Del Mar's Run. Playing some tetherball at Marblehead. Attended the San Clemente High School Best Buddies Talent Show. It was awesome. The choir performance there at San Clemente, also amazing. Capo Valley Spring Musical, awesome. And looking forward to Footloose at San Clemente High School next weekend, the next 2 weekends. So get your tickets.
Trustee Hanachek?
Yes, I just want to thank the groups again. You're always extra milers and you're major difference makers to so many of our talented students and their proud families. I just can't thank you all enough. I know what a heavy lift that this is, and it's so appreciated. And I would like to take a more somber moment. We recently lost a very special man at San Clemente High School. He was an AP there when my kids were there, and of course, my kids are old, but he wasn't old. And he was part of the fabric and culture of that school. And it always hits home that you all are the village that raises our kids. He knew what to give for each child. He had the tough job oftentimes of dealing with the kids that are hard to love, but he loved them. And he will be profoundly missed. It's a big hole for so many. His tendrils were throughout this district. I had to even call up my 32-year-old and say, Mr. Levitt is gone. And it's sad. So our hearts are always with him. There's a video kind of going around from our CTE that celebrates Footloose, and it's filmed on San Clemente campus. And stay to the very end, because there you see Mr. Levitt dancing still. And the line is, we love you and we will miss you. So I just had to share that. So thank you all to every day. You all make such a difference for our students. It's a tough job. Thank you.
Trustee Jones?
So most of the community is probably aware that an item in the legislature that was of great public interest, SB 871, has been put on hold. That was to be the vaccine mandate, and we don't really know what was going to happen with that. My sense is that the author found that there were insufficient votes, and he's going to try to drum up more votes, but who knows exactly. I also wanted to mention that the Salmon Capital Serrano Skate Park that I brought up a few meetings ago did pass the Salmon Capital Serrano City Council, so that is going to be built, and I want to thank the members of the community who contacted our city council members about that. I kind of hate to do this, but if you've seen me doing this, it's because I had oral surgery. I still have a lot of discomfort. I'm probably going to leave the meeting early tonight, and we'll ask that some of the items be moved forward in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. My comments are saying hello out there to Trustee Bulkus, who is in Houston with the robot dolphins from outer space and their robotics competition. She was lucky enough to get a chaperone job on that, as both of her children are actually coaches for robotics teams now. So I envy her. I miss her here, but I envy her and wish them well. Also, on top of the wonderful science building at Lisa Miguel High School, I had the opportunity to talk with two of my favorite physics teachers. Greg Young from San Clemente High School and Bob Jansen from Lisa Miguel. And I'm going to bring this up. I don't know that many of you recognize it. Some of the kids have, maybe it's a couple years old. The SAT prep book, okay. Authors, Robert Jansen and Greg Young. Okay, those are our teachers. This is national. You can get this on Amazon. You can get this in Barnes and Noble if they still have them. These are our teachers, and fabulous they are.
Yachting.
I did have, since they were both there, I did have the opportunity to get them to sign my copy. So, I mean, that's just, okay, this is it kind of where I am. So I appreciate that. So. At this time, student advisor Padia, you have any comments for us?
Yes, good evening, everyone. I just wanted to thank the Wellness and Prevention Center at San Clemente High School for the fentanyl assembly that we had last week. I know that Tesoro High School and Dana Hills also had this assembly or like something similar to it. And I just wanted to say that it was like an amazing and educational like experience, and we got a lot of positive feedback from like teachers and students. And it was also very like shocking to sit there and like listen to the information that we got. I was shocked to learn that in 2021, fentanyl poisoning, the #1 cause for deaths in Orange County for ages 17 and under. There's like a sort of stigma that goes around in our society that drug users are the only ones that are affected by this, but that's not true. I remember that one of the presenters shared this like heart-wrenching story about a girl who was like in high school, and she was in pain, and because she got her wisdom tooth removed. And she just posted on her Snapchat story, like asking if anyone had painkillers. And someone replied, and they sold her counterfeit prescription medication, and she died. This can affect anyone, and it's difficult to get education on this because fentanyl poisoning did not turn into a serious problem or get the recognition up until 2019, and it's only getting worse. When I was a freshman in my health class, the message was, don't do drugs because you'll get addicted. But now the message is, don't do drugs because you'll die. So I urge parents to start having this conversation with their children, especially seniors that are going off to college. I hope that our high schools and middle schools can have this assembly, because I feel like it's a very urgent message that we need to get across to the student body. And I feel like all of our high schools need to have a wellness and prevention center. So thank you.
President McNicholas, can I please add something?
Yes, I'm sorry, Lisa Davis, go ahead.
Thank you. I also would like to publicly send my love to the Levitt family. Mr. Levitt is, it's hard to imagine San Clemente High School without him. My kids all adore him, and he was so instrumental in helping with our daughter as she spent a semester, her junior year of high school in England. And I was able to attend his services, and his family is as lovely and posh as he is. And it was a beautiful celebration of his life, and he will be greatly, greatly missed.
Thank you, Trustee Davis. At this time, we are on the oral communications. This is for non-agenda items. The total time for oral communications will be 20 minutes. Individual presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per individual, but could be less if there are a large number of speakers. Mrs. Hayes, do we have any blue cards for oral communications for non-agenda items?
We do. We have 6 in-person speakers and 1 online. And I would just like to update the audience on our live stream. If you would just refresh and click on the live stream button, it's working. It's just lagging a little bit for those of you who are online.
Thank you. Okay, so we will, it sounds like we will go with the 3 minutes each. And Mrs. Hayes, I'll ask you to call the speakers up. And just as a reminder, trustees are not really allowed to respond to non-agenda items other than to possibly refer them to staff or further study. So don't expect a interaction. Thank you.
Would you like to proceed with the in-person speakers first?
Yes, yes, please.
Our first speaker is Noelle Nielsen. Following Noelle is Andrea Romero, and then Kristen Hellawell. And I'll continue to call up in groups of 3. Noelle Nielsen.
We're a little bit shorter. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Noelle Nielsen. I've been a music teacher in CUSD for 14 years. First, I would like to congratulate CUSD for being named one of the best communities for music education, as we just saw showcased in that awesome video. It's absolutely true. Only 24 districts were recognized in California for that award, and that was phenomenal that we got it again. Just shows how awesome we are. I would also like to congratulate our very own elementary music teacher, Kim Nason, for receiving the highest award possible from the Orange County Music and Arts Administrators, the Irene Sheffley Lifetime Achievement Award for outstanding contributions to music education in Orange County. Thank you for support for the last 34 years. We're the longest running continuous music program in all of Orange County. We have 26 full-time elementary teachers delivering instruction to 19,700 elementary students across our district. It's a phenomenal heavy lift, and we make it happen every year, and we're very happy to do so. We have some of the best high school ensembles in Southern California, and that is because every child has the opportunity to start their music education in elementary school. I'm here tonight to thank you for providing primary music to all of our 35 elementary schools. That's a big first for us. That program started the 1920 year when we shut down. So this is our first year seeing all of our kids in primary music. And I'm going to ask you to consider increasing primary music from 24 music lessons a year to 36 lessons a year. That would be 30 minutes of music every single week, TK through 3rd grade, which would be huge. Our 11 primary music teachers focus on scaffolding music education from TK through 3rd grade. It builds on itself every single year. We provide learning opportunities for social emotional development, supporting reading and mathematical standards that they're learning in their general classroom. We also focus on gross and fine motor skills, as well as teaching music literacy. All of these skills are essential to the development of the whole child. Numerous studies have shown time and time again that investing in music education pays dividends in student achievement throughout their academic career. The only weakness in the primary music program is that we don't see the kids all year long. And right now we see each student for 2 12-week trimesters, which is why we're asking for those 36 lessons. Our primary music program is the foundation to the comprehensive music education in CUSD. Right now, we are working hard to prepare students for block music with 24 lessons. However, 36 lessons would provide a full year-long primary music curriculum. With primary music in place across the district, the 4th and 5th grade block music teachers can rely on us to prepare our students for the challenges of choir, band, and orchestra. Perfect.
Yeah. Thank you. Are you?
Yes, I'm Andrea.
Thank you.
My name is Andrea Romero. This is my 4th year in the district, and I'm continuing our comments. What makes our block music program unique is having teams of 3 to 4 teachers who travel between schools and offer various music options to all 4th and 5th graders. Unlike many districts who only offer one music class to students, CUSD 4th graders have a choice between general music and strings, and 5th graders have a choice to play a string instrument, a band instrument, or to sing in a choir. Learning a specific instrument requires specialized instruction. The CUSD block music program was the first of its kind, and it's a success. The last 4 decades have actually inspired many other districts, including Irvine, to model their own program after ours. Just last Monday, Capo Valley High School hosted 2 separate area concerts, one for the orchestra students and one for the band students. 3 weeks ago, CUSD celebrated the Music and Arts Festival, which we saw in that wonderful recap video. Performances of our honor bands, honor choirs, and honor orchestras. But it all starts with early elementary school or primary music. Indeed, learning an instrument, whether it's voice, strings, or winds, requires that thoughtful preparation from primary music specialists. Having the primary music program in place for those 36 30-minute lessons would provide the strongest foundation possible and would be the cornerstone for music 4th through 12th grade. Our block, middle school, and high school music programs will continue to flourish as a result of that primary music program. We're excited for the future of music we're excited for the future of music in CUSD. And we are looking forward to continuing the tradition of leading music education and being the forerunner in Orange County. With your support, we can accomplish this together. Thank you so much for your time.
Next up is Kristen Hellewell. Following Kristen is Ryan Heath.
Yes, hello, members of the board and Superintendent Vital-Brulte. There's 2 items I'd like to address. First, I attended the ceremony at Elisa Miguel yesterday, and it was amazing. And I think there's just so many positive things that come out of that. It just brings an academic pride to the school, and it just helps the community so much. And I have a science background, and I would have loved taking a class in that building in high school. That would have been awesome. And my daughter is taking biotechnology next year, and she is crossing her fingers that she gets the teacher that teaches in that building. So just a huge thank you to you and for pushing this forward and making it happen for students and teachers. The second item I wanted to talk about is the continued COVID testing of teachers. I am a substitute teacher here in the district, and this weekly testing for teachers that are unvaccinated makes no sense scientifically. It is very well established that vaccinated people can get COVID. I heard our beloved music teacher, Mr. Harney, say at a rally here in front of this building that either all teachers should be tested or none of them should be tested. And he is absolutely right. Teachers that have to test each week, they feel punished and they feel less than. And it is discriminatory. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. And most importantly, makes no scientific sense at all. It's kind of like the masks. Well, why are we still doing this? Please consider changing this policy as soon as possible. Thank you.
Speaker is Ryan Heath. Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Ryan Heath, and I am the president and CEO of the Gavel Project, which is a nonprofit law firm. We're actually, I was meeting with a client today here in your district. We're going to be filing a tort claim form with y'all sometime next week. His name is Troy, and he has been through the ringer as a result of the conduct of your employees, specifically those over at Tesoro High School. But I'm here, actually, I have a record here in front of me from his mom that she sent me earlier. These are his enrollment numbers for this semester. He was suspended 8 days per your records. He was suspended. We're debating that, or challenging that, excuse me. He has 13 unexcused absences, and he has 18 truancies, all because he wanted to go to school normally, just as students have done in this country for about a century without a mask on. The student wasn't any danger to anyone in the classroom. Perfectly healthy young man. We now know definitively, based on studies on the CDC website, even dating back to January of 2020, showing that asymptomatic spread is excessively rare. Spread is excessively rare. What's interesting here is I actually have an article now in front of me from the Epoch Times. And there was a statement made to the Epoch Times in this article. It was titled, California Student Suspension Draws the Ire for Mask Mandates. And this was from February 18th. And this is in regard to defending basically the school disciplining students for engaging in free speech by removing their mask, specifically referencing my client, Troy. Ryan Burris, a spokesperson for the district, in an email to the Epoch Times stated, they deeply respect, that's you deeply respect the right of free speech and diversity of opinions, yet the fight doesn't belong on school campus. Our school sites do not make the rules, but they must comply with them, he said. These mandates are created by the state, and we continue to ask all families to share their feedback with the governor and the California Department of Public Health. Now, I'm looking actually at an argument, or actually an opinion from San Diego issued in November. This is an opinion from a judge actually explaining in an argument, or in this opinion, why this lawsuit should be dismissed as against the governor and as against the California Department of Public Health. And they stated, defendants posit it is not possible for the recommendations which the school districts remain free to implement or not to cause concrete injuries, meaning you all are lying.
Our next speaker is Greg Young. Following Greg, we have Jean, and then following Jean, we'll go online to Michelle Fossil Campbell.
Thank you. President McNicholas, Superintendent Vital-Brulte, trustees. First of all, President McNicholas, thank you for the shout out for Bob Jansen and myself. Thank you. That was a true collaborative process in physics. So yeah, thank you. But tonight, on behalf of our over 2,000 unit members at CUSD, I'm pleased to present CUEA's official initial contract proposal, sometimes known as the Sunshine Letter, which we've presented to the district, but I wanted to present that to you tonight. Basically, we're going to ask to discuss the following articles. It's kind of long and lengthy, but just as full disclosure of what we wanted to discuss. Article 1, which is basically the length of the agreement. Number 5, which is hours of employment. 6, which is safety issues. 8, class size. 9, transfers. 10, leaves. These are the articles, by the way. 11, association rights. 13, health and welfare benefits. 14, wages. 15, part-time employment for reduction of workload from full-time employees. And 16, the grievance procedures. And in addition to that, we'd like to take a look at the MOUs, the memorandums of understanding, to evaluate and possibly incorporate any active MOUs in the body of the collective bargaining agreement. And then finally, we would like to ask for, in addition to the above mentioned contracted articles, CUA requests a supplemental employee retirement plan, sometimes known as a SERP, study to be performed for the 22-23 school year. And should the SERP be financially viable, that CUSD approve it for eligible and participating retirees for June of 2023. So we look forward to meeting with the teams, and thank you very much.
Next speaker is Jean. Go ahead.
Hi, board members. It's good to see you again. With liberty and justice for all, we all know that phrase from the Pledge of Allegiance that we say at the beginning of each meeting. Justice unequally applied is not justice. Fairness means that we are all judged by the same standard, not based on a racial group. As I've mentioned before, the cultural proficiency plan mentions discipline standards based on race groups. And I continue to ask why. Why do we do that? Why are we judging or measuring based on different races? I mean, there's probably a reason, but I didn't hear. That's a core tenet of critical race theory, is to apply justice equitably, not equally. So I know you state that you're not teaching critical race theory. You say it on the website. But I would like the board, I would request the board go a step further and pass a resolution that denounces any form of critical race theory within the policies of the district. Now, there is a precedent for this with another school district. I believe it was the Placentia and Yorba Linda School District back on April 11th. They did pass this resolution denouncing critical race theory in their schools. So I would implore you to do that. I think it would give confidence to the members or the parents of all our, within the district, that you guys are truly serious about not promoting critical race theory. So thank you.
Next, we go to our online speakers. First, we have Michelle Colosso Campbell.
Good evening, Superintendent Board of Trustees. It is hard to believe that we are exactly 6 weeks of school left. With that, PTAs across the district are busy celebrating our students and teachers, planning year-end events, all while planning for a smooth start to the 2022-23 school year. From packet pickups in July, registrations in August, down to the PE shirts and shorts our kids will be wearing. Exciting times all around. This is my monthly reminder to become involved in your local school PTA and take time to volunteer. Your student and your school will thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I have Genevieve Koenigshofer on consent, but I believe she's speaking on discussion action. Is that correct? Okay, so we'll come back to Genevieve when we get to 14A1.
I believe that's where she intends to speak, yes. Okay, we move on now to the consent calendar. Please note, per board policy 9323 and in accordance with the law, the public has a right to comment on any consent item. At the request of any member of the board, any item on the consent agenda shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Each speaker is allotted 5 minutes on multiple items or 3 minutes per item. Mrs. Hayes, looks like we have speaker cards for the consent calendar. And if that is Michelle Colosso Campbell on multiple items, then she's allowed 5 minutes total. Is that the way I read it? Are there any others in-house in blue cards? Okay. All right. So Michelle, or do you want to call her?
Michelle Colosso Campbell, and I have set you for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I get 5 minutes, but I'm going to be honest and upfront. I only have one item that I pulled under consent. All of my others are discussion action. And so I'm going to make it done before it hits 2 minutes. So good evening, Superintendent and Board of Trustees. PTAs across the district have donated $149,673.85 to schools this past month. Donations were for science camp, school supplies, additional instructional and staff support and staffing, playground equipment, digital marquees, field trips, more field trips and more field trips, assemblies all across the district, library materials and books, technology, and even more technology, homework intervention and support programs, reading counts licenses, substitute teacher salaries, and sound systems. All of these programs are being happily and proudly supported by the PTA and PTAs of our district, and we are glad to support our school sites. And look, I finished in under a minute. Have a great time.
Thank you, Michelle. Trustees, do you have any consent items you'd like to pull? Trustee Castellanos? Trustee Davis?
No.
Trustee Henachek? Trustee Jones? No. And I have none. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendars, items 13A1 through 13D2?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, who did that? So who was the so moved?
Okay.
Okay, moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Davis. Roll call, please.
Student advisor Padia? Aye. Trustee Castellanos? Aye. Trustee Davis?
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek? Trustee Jones?
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas?
Aye.
And let the record show trustee Willis is absent.
So the motion passes 501. Discussion action items. This is item A1, citizens request. Recognize Joseph Geis, student at Tesoro High School. The way we work this, Joseph, is you do the presentation first, then we have the speakers, and then we discuss it. Okay?
Good evening, Superintendent Vital-Brilty, President McNicholas, and CUSD Board of Trustees. I am Joseph Geis, a senior at Tesoro High School. CUSD is home to some amazing students. We have stellar athletes, passionate performers, brilliant scholars, and future leaders in Capo schools. In the past few years, our students have become more and more interested and involved in many of the social, cultural, and political issues that arise in our complex society. I'm here tonight to propose some changes in our district that will help increase student representation and promote civic involvement among the young people in our district. First, the board should increase the number of student advisors that sit with the rest of the board from one for the entire district to one from each high school, with half of the advisors serving each semester. And this may include our amazing students from Union High School and Cal Prep programs, as well as our 6 high schools. I would like to make it clear that this is not meant to be an attack on our wonderful current sitting student advisor. She does a great job expressing her opinions and views as a student in our district to the board. But like any individual leaders, her views don't necessarily align with everyone's in our district. In our district, with an enrollment of over 42,000 students, ranking 8th in California, there are countless views and opinions on how our district is run. One student advisor to directly represent all students just doesn't make sense. We have numerous legislators to represent the voters of our state, 7 trustees on our board to represent the voters in our district. Therefore, it only makes sense that we have more student advisors to represent all of the students in our district. Second, the board and staff should establish a Congress of students comprised of trustees, student advisors, administrators, and student leaders from each of our high schools. This Congress will act as an advisory committee to our staff to help them make decisions on critical issues that impact students, allowing more students to have a say in our educational system. The student advisors will then report the findings of the Congress to the board at board meetings to help our trustees make decisions that best represent the views and feelings of our students. In both scenarios, I would like to emphasize that our student representatives represent the students and should make an effort to communicate with the students they represent and hear their input so that they can effectively fulfill their responsibilities. In our American history and civics classes, we learned that the foundation of American government is power given from the people. In educational context, the people include the students. So please listen to your students and give them a seat at the table. By increasing student involvement in CUSD, it will help inspire future leaders, create involved citizens, and restore faith in our public school system. I thank you for your time, and I'll happily address your questions or concerns regarding my proposal.
Thank you. Ms. Sayes, do we have speakers?
We do. Our first speaker is
Good evening, Superintendent Vital-Brilty, President McNicholas, and CUC Board of Trustees. I'm Anson Geis, a freshman at DeSoto High School and the vice president-elect of our school's class of 2025. I'm here in support of Joseph's proposal to increase student representation in our district. As a leader in our school, I believe that it is important to listen to those we lead. I have learned that the best leaders aren't rulers, but instead serve their people. Next year, as I serve in our school's associated student body, I am looking forward to meeting my classmates and hearing what they want from our school so that we can meet their needs. Likewise, our school district's leaders should strive to serve and listen to those they represent. The students in our district best know the thoughts and feelings of their peers, so it would make sense to have more student leaders in our district. Please listen to the students and families and give more students a voice in our district leadership. Thank you.
We'll move on to the online speakers. I have Michelle Colossal Campbell and Genevieve. We'll start with Michelle.
Good evening. I really appreciate student involvement in our district. Their voices are vital. I would like to see shared more how our student advisor works to gather input from multiple groups across our high schools, as well as how the board each year selects the student advisor. Having participated in school board meetings for the last 7 years, I value the input of our student advisors and their unique perspectives as a student who's in the thick of things. But I caution with how this item is written. I can picture Brown Act violations because every trustee wants to be involved with our students. They all want to hear what's happening. And the need for public agendized meetings make the requested student Congress work. Some still, despite it being expanded, feeling excluded, and so many other challenges. Would it be possible for our board to use a few of their workshops each year to publicly check in with the students who wish to share their ideas and use those workshops as a place for students to provide direct input to our board? Thank you.
Our next online speaker is Genevieve Koenigshofer.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Fantastic. Hi, everybody. My name is Genevieve. It's been a while. I was the 2019 to 2020 student advisor. I'm really sorry I couldn't make it in person. I'm studying somewhere else right now, but I'm very excited to be here to speak today. I applaud Joseph for his cause of student voice, and I do sympathize with him. But as the 2019-2020 student advisor, I wanted to share a strategy that I had used when I held that position to increase student voice that I think could actually be really useful for coming student board members. So during my year, I put together and ran a student advisory council made up of ordinary students whose only qualification was applying to the council. I accepted everybody who applied, and we held monthly meetings where I found their input to be extremely informative. I would select agenda items that I thought would be of interest to them, or they could suggest agenda items that they wanted to talk about, and we would discuss their experiences at length in monthly meetings. For example, I had a lot of great feedback when we had discussed potentially changing the advanced math track in, I think, early 2020, and I brought their findings to the board to inform our decisions. I sympathize with Joseph's cause for increasing the presence of student voice, and I agree that while I have always found our ASB presidents to be extremely well qualified and knowledgeable, they have a different school experience than our English learners, low-income students, foster youth, and other student groups. So the student advisor and the student advisor hearing from ASB presidents is not quite enough. And this does need to be addressed, but I think a student advisory council was a really useful tool for me, was much more logistically feasible, and was an enormous victory for student voice because it allowed more people to discuss and get involved in this process. Therefore, given my experience, I'd like the board to consider codifying the structure of a student advisory council into existing CUSD policy and using this as a vehicle for increasing student voice. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope you all are doing well.
Thank you, Genevieve. Good to hear you again. That's all for public comments, Ms. Safe. Okay, trustees, I want to start with Student Advisor Claudia, if you have any input on this or any comments.
Yes, so I did have a question. Joseph, you talked about how it would be student advisors per semester. Can you please elaborate on that? I'm a little confused.
Yes, of course. So I was thinking of, I'll just use 6 because that's the number of comprehensive high schools we have, but that could be 8. I wrote it out as like 1 per high school, and that's up for interpretation if we include Union and Cal Prep or not. But so basically you have the 6, they're considered in office for the full year. And if, for the purpose of, if there's a advisory council established, that they also sit on that. But that would mean that we have 3 serving each semester. So the, like 3 from 3 high schools will sit with the board in our fall board meetings. And then the other 3 will get to sit in the spring meetings.
Right, okay, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
And also, would these like student advisors be elected by the student body? Would it be like the process that I had where basically you apply and then you get like interviewed by the board members? So how would that work?
So in a previous iteration of it, I went through several revisions when I was working with staff on the issue or drafting a proposal. I kind of had elected in there. That seems ideal, but as long as it's feasible for the district and schools to implement an election somehow. I recognize that the trustees here are elected, and that's a very guarded process by the state and county. But so I'm not sure like if that type of like the election safeguards would be expected from something like this, where it's a student, even though it's a student position, it's still on our board. So I don't know if that's like feasible, like if it would stand up legally, but if it does, then ideally, yes, perhaps elected. Otherwise, an argument for appointing it to an interview process, which I would propose be an open interview process, as Ms. Campbell stated, or not stated, but kind of touched on. That would kind of help with vetting student advisors. Not that every student deserves to have a voice, but there are some that are likely a little more suited for the position.
Right, and also, so like for the student advisors, is there like, so, because I know that you're trying to kind of like echo like kind of like what the board members went through where they had to be elected, there was an election, and you want to do that for the student advisors. But I mean, obviously, like the board members that we have, they're very qualified and they have like a lot of experience in like what they do and like the seats that they fill. So would you say like there has to be maybe like qualifications in order to run for student advisor, or is it just like anyone who wants to do it can just like run for the election?
I would say perhaps limit to the upperclassmen, juniors and seniors. I know, or to my understanding, it currently is only open to seniors to apply for this position. And not that I don't like our underclassmen. I have brothers who's a freshman. We're good friends and we're brothers. But the upperclassmen have more experience with our schools and likely have a little more well, I said experience more interaction with staff at their schools and a little more know-how in how the district works.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Can you kind of give us an idea of what you do to get input from other students across the district?
So I personally like to talk to the ASB presidents because of course, like I can only talk from the experience that I like have at St. Clotilde High School since that's where I go. But I mean, our ASB presidents, they're like very like, they know like their school inside and out. And we have our ASB monthly meetings with all of the presidents, which is definitely like a great opportunity for me to get feedback, or if there's any problems that schools that their like respective school is like experiencing, then like we can talk about that. And of course, like with the help of the district, it's even though it's not in front of the public eye, usually always like in the background, I know that it's always resolved. So, I mean, right now we do rely on the ASB presidents quite a lot. But I was actually talking because I'm in contact with like school board student advisors across America. And something that they have is a student advisory council that meets like on a monthly basis with the superintendent and the student advisor. And I mean, it's kind of similar to something that we have with the ASB presidents, except that it's something where it's not just like limited to the ASB presidents for them to only like come to. It's like open to the public, where like if any student from any high school wants to come, then they can come like within their respective district. But I was talking to them, and like from the looks of it, they all have like one student advisor. At most they have two if it's a very huge school district. But it, like, they were all saying that they did have a few like, you know, like instances where people did request like having something just similar to what Joseph was saying. But usually it just like, it didn't work out and it wasn't very effective. It was very reductive to what they had. And so it eventually like kind of just went away. But yeah, that's based on what I talked to with other people. And along with that, I think that there is definitely some work that we need to do. And I love what Genevieve said. I think we do need to have a student advisory council where it's ASB presidents and like other students who are welcome to come. But I feel like maybe having like a student advisor from every single high school and like on the semester, I feel like it would just get very like kind of like redundant to something that I feel like it would be more easier if we did like a student advisory council or something like that. So like, again, like every student, like anyone that's interested can come. It's not just like this elected official is the one that can talk. Yeah.
Any trustees, any other trustees?
Yeah, this is discussion. I thank you,
Yeah.
Joseph, so much. And I do appreciate you talking that you've worked with staff on your resolution. So something when they go forward, I think I'd like to move this work, if possible, to let the superintendent decide how we best maybe could take some of these ideas and engage more students in the process and feedback for board members. Because at the district level, we do have to be cognizant of capacity issues. One student, I mean, Kanai is on her own and she sits here every month and puts the commitment in. And I think just kind of realizing that staff helped you with your resolution, that's it, what we've got over there.
Yeah.
So I think what we probably might be a better model, and I think we want to offload this work, is touching on putting all these different pieces. The superintendent already meets, as you were talking about that ASB. I think students can identify, or excuse me, principals can identify a broader base of voices. Off the top of my head, San Committee, I'm thinking, let's get somebody from the Auto Academy. Let's have folks from the arts. And then we also need to remember, I've been on this board a very long time. That student voice has come to us usually in the form of what you're doing here, presenting to us. And we do respond, take that into evaluation. For example, the students, the solar, we had this district-wide group of young people who got together. They came to us very organized. Now, did that sway me at that moment? That, I mean, they're not elected, they're our kids. It's great, we listened. But because they brought something up, we were able then to make it feasible because of a particular funding stream, things like that. So that is usually very effective when we have something broader. It's kind of that organic thing. So I think there's a lot of things here. I'll stop talking because I think we've done a great job. And I would like to kind of put that over there and see and what you as the president and the superintendent, how we can maybe move this to a more effective area.
Trustee Jones?
So I appreciate you bringing this forward, Mr. Geis. I think it's a great jumping off point. Can staff explain, I don't know who would do it, what we do now? We have the SB President's Council. This is a monthly get together with, I forget exactly who. I think it's the superintendent and Dr. Irvis. Okay, and then there's, are there other forums also?
Yeah, I think Ms. Molly, you can address what's happening in high schools.
Yes, in addition to the monthly ASB president.
Too many lights are turned on over there. They're not, we aren't getting, okay. Yeah, try that one.
I can just use my teacher.
That one's blinking as well. Or you know what, Mrs. Smalley, maybe you could come up here. I think Mr. Geis would probably be willing to share his microphone.
Just a little bit. In addition to the monthly meetings that the superintendent, Kanai, and our executive director of secondary have, we often ask our students to provide input at the district level, such as on the LCAP. And we ask students to serve on a lot of task forces and committees. For example, the Cultural Proficiency Task Force, our students helped us write the plan. And that just recently in food services, we asked students to pilot menu items and provide input to food services. And then we have a lot of opportunities at our school sites because student voice is essential on our high school campuses. So we solicit input from our principal student councils. We provide surveys. We have class representative meetings. We ask students to serve on our PTSAs and our foundations, some of our boosters. They're an integral part of our WASC process and school site council meetings. Students also serve on committees and task force at schools in the area of safety, reviewing bell schedules, updating tutorial, dress code when that comes up. And all the cultural proficiency task force at the school site. And then lastly, all of our students meet one-on-one with their school counselors to discuss and get their input on their academic goals at the school and then their post-secondary options.
Okay, so go ahead. No, you're fine. I just wanted to get that. So as I say, I think this is a great jumping off point. My opinion, and I don't mean to insult you or anyone else who's been a student advisor, is that to a certain extent, being student advisor is kind of college resume fodder. I don't know that there's a good reason to, just do that for more people. But I do think that we can effectively get more student input and student voices. And so I'm interested in doing that. So years ago, I was aware of how academic decathlon team members were chosen. And on academic decathlon, they have a certain number of A students, a number of B students, a certain number of C students. So you get some diversity of types of students. It's not just ASB, it's not just sports, it's, whatever. And I'm reluctant to get into a situation where this would become a popularity contest because I think sometimes ASB is. When I was at UCI, I was on the Associated Students and ASUCI. And then all the ASUCs had an ASUC president and an ASUC governing council, which I happen to know because one of my high school friends was ASUC president. And I think that that's partly what you're looking for. You're looking for sort of an ASB of ASBs. And I think that I think it's great. I would like to see some diversity in it that like say not just sports and not just ASB, but more kind of the C students as well. Men and women, not just one or the other. And what I would suggest is that perhaps we form like a board subcommittee to come up with a way to do this. Now, we have the President's Council, but we don't have, that's not, as Ms. Honekorfer mentioned, not codified in board policy. That could go into board policy. We could better define the responsibilities of the student advisor in the President's Council. We could enlarge the President's Council to be more like ASUC, where perhaps each school would get the ASB president, or maybe the senior class president, and then maybe 3 or 4 other students from the school, and perhaps from Union High School and Cal Prep. Maybe they'd only get 2 because they're so much smaller, but something along those lines where you get some diversity, but more students, more points of view. Now, when Ms. Konighoffer was our student advisor, she wrote this amazing document that was to be passed along to student advisors. I know it didn't get to you. And she sent it to me, and I think it really is, it's amazing. There's all of the acronyms that the student advisor is going to hear. It's a great kind of quick reference to how that works. And then she has like kind of policies and procedures for her group of the student advisors advisory board, which might be what this would end up being. So I'd just like to suggest that we have a subcommittee. Maybe everybody could feed suggestions to a particular staff member, and then the subcommittee could, come up with some ideas and bring it back to the whole board.
That was going to be recommendation, but I want to hear from Trustee Castellanos and Trustee Davis first.
Well, I stole the thunder.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
I just want to echo, we appreciate you coming here. Student voices are, we need you, we need to hear you. And all of these, you have great ideas. Kenai has great ideas, and Genevieve offered some ideas. So I think my suggestion would just be, how do we move forward with these ideas and figure out a plan?
Okay, Trustee Davis, do you have any comments?
I do, yes, thank you. First of all, Joseph, I'd like to applaud you. I mean, it really takes bravery to see a concern and come up with a very thoughtful solution. I know the time that you put into this. I know the effort this has been, and your desire to help students all across a very large district, our district, to have a voice in their education and look at some of the involvement in ways that we can have more student input on critical matters. I appreciate the way that you looked at the different ways that you could come about with this. And I appreciate Kenai and Genevieve's comments as well. And I think that there's a way that we can make this happen. And I would definitely like to see this resolution move forward. And possibly, Trustee Jones, maybe you and I could work in it together and see if we can come up with something that would work. I mean, it's kind of coming with Genevieve and Kenai's thoughts on a student advisory council with this student congress, and it allows more opportunities for more to get involved. And I think that it would be, I disagree, Trustee Jones. I don't think it's looking for an ASB of ASBs. I'm not sure, but Joseph, I'm not sure if you serve currently on ASB. I don't know that you do, but so maybe there's just an opportunity for more voices. And yes, we need more voices of students from all different ranges and academic angles that they come from.
I would like to suggest, in fact, I will appoint a subcommittee of Trustee Davis, Trustee Jones, and Student Advisor Padilla to review our current board policy 9150 with an eye towards enlarging that to come up with whether you call it a student congress, a student advisory council, come back with suggestions. And I would like to ask Genevieve Konigsdorfer, if she's still online, to be a participant in that, as well as Dr. Urbis. If I can't assign work to staff, but if that's agreeable with the superintendent.
It would be great.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to add Joseph to this advisory committee.
I think we start with the board and the staff and use him as a resource like we use Genevieve. Is that?
Yeah.
Is that agreeable to trustees? I think I can go ahead and appoint a committee. I don't think I have to have a vote.
It's totally agreeable to me. And again, I think we do need to have one of our staff members on. We do have to be mindful, even forming this committee and this work that will pull them away from the day-to-day education of young people. It's great. But I think, I think we need to have that, something that we can sustain. We have to remember too, it's not a mad rush to even be in this position.
Yeah.
So we have to really look to how much things are sustainable with our young people. You are busy. You have a lot going, and most young people want to be on their campuses and doing what Mrs. Smalley laid out there. And I have to do one correction. I do take umbrage with Gila a little bit. I do not, in my experience, I've been on the board since 2012. Our students don't do this for resume padding. They are interested in how the governance process of the board. Many are interested in going into political science. They've already got resumes. And they're able to allocate time. And it's the rare student that can sit here. This is sometimes like paint drying. And so it is really hard to do and to be this type of commitment. So, okay, we're good. We're ready to move on.
And to read this, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I will leave it up to the superintendent on staff assignment time. Again, whether it's Dr. Rivers or Ms. Smalley, that would be the kind of advisor to this subcommittee with Joseph and Genevieve as also participants. Is that agreeable to the board? Okay. Mrs. Hayes, do you have that down as what our decision? Thank you so much for all the work you've done. And it's not that we haven't thought of this. You've just kind of brought it to the surface to we need to codify it, need to make it official.
I appreciate your time and willingness to listen
Thank you.
and work with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
Okay, Trustee Jones, do you want to, do you have a preference for items? I know you're in pain, and if there's an item you want to read.
Let's call it discomfort.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I'd like to go to 14A3 and then 14A5 and then whatever anybody else wants to do. So we're skipping one and
we just did one, we're skipping two.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Right, so we're skipping a query of one. We're skipping.
And then five.
Yeah, so 14A3 and then 14A5. So 14A3 is the raise the base and 14A5 is the board policy on meeting conduct.
Okay, so if you're following along in your programs, we're going to do 14A3, 14A5, followed by 14A2, 14A6. And we'll go on from there, 7, 8, 9.
We want to double check if I'm just, my memory, if Trustee Jones has to leave and we have things to vote on, do we have enough?
Mrs. Hayes, if we only have, we always have, we need Trustee Davis online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Out of sight, out of mind. Sorry, Lisa.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Out of sight, out of mind. We know you're there, Lisa.
Thank you.
Oh, and Trustee Bullock is now online with us.
Yes.
He will be.
Thank you. And if President Nicholas, if you'll please remind us as to which item we're going to, that would be great.
Okay, all right. And I also, Mrs. Hayes, do we have any items that have student speakers that we need to move up that we've identified?
A3, which we're moving to here's the student speaker.
Okay.
That would be it.
Okay, so A3 has a student speaker, so we're working that way. So, okay, so we are moving to item 14A3. This is the resolution 2122-59, directing the Capistrano Unified School District Superintendent to communicate messaging regarding the Raise the Base campaign and encourage parent and community support for AB 1614. We'll have the superintendent make the comments, then we'll go make the presentation, then we'll go to public comments. Superintendent, sorry to kind of go over things here.
No problem. Let me just get there. So we're excited tonight to present this resolution so that we're able to use the district email to get the message out and the importance of this campaign. When LCFF first came in, LCFF, although really great policy in terms of understanding the idea that some children cost more, The state of California wrestled and struggled to make sure that every child costs something. And so rather than really focusing on that base grant first and then adding supplemental and concentration funds, the state redivided money, and districts like Capistrano Unified School District lost out on funds. And so what this does is supports rectifying, raising that base grant so that all children in California get what they need, public education, and then continuing those supplemental and concentration grants, because we do recognize and support that some children need extra supports, some students with IEPs, English learners, foster youth. But we want to make sure that all children get what they need. And so I encourage the board tonight to pass this resolution so that we can communicate out to all of our constituents our support of the legislation, AB 1614, and be able to communicate that and get people's support as it goes through the legislature.
Mrs. Hayes, we have speakers on this item.
3 speakers on this item, 2 in person and 1 online.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Luca Klaus. Following Luca Klaus is Mina Carson. And Mina, you can go on ahead and come up to be ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Raise the base. I want to say first, thank you to Jessica Geyers, she's listening, for turning this idea into a reality. Thank you for creating all cool buttons. Some of you are wearing them tonight, and for your dedication to this campaign. Thank you to Michelle Plasto-Campbell, Elizabeth Murdoch for your time, guidance, and patience on time. And thank you to Superintendent for all your time and support of this campaign. And Clark Hampton, thank you for all the numbers and charts that we can use to educate our parents. Raise the base, not taxes. Raise the base, not taxes. This is what it's all about. In 2013, the state of California found a new way to fund schools. LCFF, Local Control Funding Formula, has 3 main aspects: base grants, supplemental grants, concentration grants. 40% of the school districts in the state do not receive concentration grants. Capistrano Unified is one of them. Well, how did this calculation come? Well, our wonderful legislators used the year of 2008, when we had a great recession, housing, Wall Street collapse. And they used that year to calculate the base grant for education. And that base grant was supposed to be the minimum, not the maximum that we have right now. Throughout the state, the base grant is between $8,500 to $9,200 per year per child that we receive. That's, if you average it to 9,000, it's about $50 a day if the child comes to schools every day, which it doesn't. But in reality of things, let's think about what does that mean. $7.50 was the minimum wage. We don't have that in California anymore. It's $15. So the legislators in the California state think, okay, we can't live on $7.50. We're going to raise the minimum wage. But for some reason, they're not raising the minimum base grant to educate students. This has to change now. Let me remind you, the state of California has $50 billion surplus. That's 50. If the governor allocates just $9 billion, every child in public school will receive over $12,000 in base grant. If you'd like to join us, please go on Facebook at Raise the Base, Instagram and Twitter at Raise the Base Now. I'm going to leave with one question. How does the world, 5th largest economy and the nation's 10th per capita tax state, invest less of its total economy in education than other states do? Thank you.
Next up, we have Mina Carson.
Hi, everyone. Hello, Superintendent and Board of Trustees. My family and I are very much in favor of this resolution, and I want to thank you for your support of raising base grant funding to benefit Capo students and all students in California. Hats off to the CUC-PTSA legislative team for working so hard to bring this idea to fruition. And with your continued support, increased funding without added taxation will continue to gain momentum and become a reality. Thank you very much.
Next, we'll go to our online speaker, Michelle Plasto-Campbell.
Good evening. Thank you for supporting the Raise the Base advocacy work and supporting AB 1614 to increase school funding to be within the top 10 in the nation. This will be a huge positive impact on all California public school students and specifically on the students of Capistrano Unified. We thank you for your support, and we thank you for all of the work that has been done by our superintendent in outreaching with all of the districts across the state and the other work that is continuing to happen. So thank you very much, and we appreciate your support for this. So please pass the resolution.
Hey, trustee comments. Trustee Jones.
So I will be voting for this, but I wanted to suggest some amendments. I'd like to suggest that after therefore be it resolved, we have the following resolved, and I've sent this to Mrs. Hayes. Be it further resolved that the superintendent of the Capistrano Unified School District is directed to transmit this resolution of support to Assembly Member Al Mirasucci. He is the sponsor, and we want to make sure that we are listed as supporters. And then be it finally resolved that the superintendent of Capistrano Unified School District is directed to transmit this resolution to Assembly Member Lori Davies and Senator Patricia Bates, along with a letter requesting that they join their Republican legislative colleagues, Assembly Members Megan Dahl and Jim Patterson, as co-authors of AB 1614. Then I had another thought, and that is on our recent resolution regarding SB 871. We also empowered the superintendent or board president or their designees to speak on behalf of the legislation, and we could toss that in as well. I think it's a good idea that they're able to, that the two of you or anyone you designate, it could be Deputy Superintendent Hampton, it could be, well, I mean, it could be anyone that we say is authorized to speak for us. So I think that wording could come straight from the previous resolution. I don't remember the number of that, but anyway, so those were my additions.
Any other trustee comments? Trustee Davis, do you have any comments?
No, I would move to pass this resolution with Trustee Jones's additions.
Okay, that's a motion.
I'll second. Okay, I was going to second my own.
That moved by Trustee Davis, second by Trustee Hanachek to pass resolution 2122-59 with amendments as stated by Trustee Jones. And Mrs. Hayes, you have that information? Okay. Okay. And this is to be a roll call. It's a resolution.
Student Advisor Padia.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Motion passes 6-0.
I couldn't leave this item without also saying that 4th District PTA honored our CUC PTSA Ledge team with a 4th District PTA award. Was there to stand with Elizabeth and just so excited about this collaborative work. So congratulations and thank you so much. We're super excited to just raise the base for all children in California.
Thank you. Okay, we are going on to item 14A5. This is first reading of board policy 9323, meeting conduct. And we're going to recognize Trustee Castellanos. No, you present first, then we hear the speakers. Unless
Thank you, President McNicholas. I just, so this is the board policy that we have, 9223 on meeting conduct. And I brought it forward to make some changes just because our meetings have changed. COVID changed a lot of things, including our meetings. I wanted to address online speakers, student speakers, the way oral communications. And so I have put in some changes. Also, Trustee Jones as well has made some changes as well. So I will take comments and questions. I know you've had a chance to look it over. Do you have comments, Trustee Jones, or you're good?
Are you sure?
Let's see, do we have we have comments from the public first, then we can.
We have an in-house.
Hold on, calm down, Gila.
Speaker Ryan Heath. Ryan. And following Ryan, we have Michelle Fossil Campbell online.
Okay, thank you.
Hi there, again, Ryan Heath with the Gavel Project, and I'm here not in my capacity as a representative, just as a citizen. I believe that this amendment, as written, or these amendments to this policy actually are unconstitutional. As a constitutional attorney, this policy is pretty repugnant. Basically, you're trying to limit free speech in such a way as to put a cap on public comment so that you can proceed with your meetings when people don't seem to like what you have to, they have to say. It's kind of gross. Having an hour limit cap on the beginning of the meeting for public comment, and to be providing further restrictions on the time being, allotted to each speaker, it's just ratcheting down over and over again on the capacity of the public to provide you feedback, which is their job. And it's your job to listen to that feedback, even if it is inconvenient, even if it does make the meeting go all night. Perhaps there's a reason for that. Perhaps if the meeting extends until 10, 11 o'clock at night, it's because the public has something important to tell you. And if it takes a long time, that may be the point. That is the point, in fact, of your office, is to sit and listen to your constituents and to make decisions based on that. But the most grotesque part of this, I believe, is at the end when it talks about your capacity to basically kick people out of the meeting for what you call, quote unquote, willful disturbances. What does that mean? What power are you granting yourself? I don't know what a willful disturbance is. Is it shaking your hands in the air? Magic hands, let's say. Is it snapping? Is it clapping? The point is, you need to hear from your constituents. And it's not just about the words that they say. It's about the way they interact with you. When we're angry because you're putting masks on our kids for 2 years for no apparent reason, by the way, in an illegal way, we want you to know about it. And if you don't like the way we're speaking to you, there's probably a good reason for it. Perhaps you should change your policies. Don't put muzzles on people. Don't limit our capacity to explain to you what is wrong, what you are doing wrong with our children. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next, we'll go to our online speaker, Michelle Fossil Campbell.
Good evening. I support the changes to this board policy. I've been a very active participant in board meetings for over 7 years. And yes, board meetings have changed drastically. But our board has valuable work that has to be done. And so some of these changes to put oral communications at the end, if there are more than 20 speakers, is reasonable. You're still allowing everyone to be heard. You're just putting the valuable work of our board that has to be done first. And I appreciate that for our students. The one question I have is a question regarding the consent calendar. In 2017, the policy was changed to give 3 minutes for one item or 5 minutes total for multiple items, because we had people who pulled consent ones on every single item. And it would take 30+ minutes of just communications. And no more than 20 ever on any one item, but it would be very long. Is this now reducing it to 3 minutes total for consent per person? Or is it 3 minutes per item on consent per person? When our consent calendar is sometimes really heavy of items that probably should be actually discussion action items that are pulled out by the public, that is a concern to me if it gets down to 3 minutes total for all of consent for the public comment. And I fear that if it's 3 minutes per item in consent, that we're moving back to the problem we had in 2017. So that is the only part of this that I have some concerns about, but otherwise I support the changes you have made. And I greatly appreciate the work of our board to do the valuable work for our students, but also making sure to hear everyone. It's just maybe not at the beginning, but that also means our public gets to hear the work that our board members have been elected to do, so they become a little more involved and aware of what is happening in our district, the good, the bad, and the sometimes the ugly. But our board does its very best every day to try and make a positive impact on all of the children in CUSD. And I appreciate your work, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into this policy. So thank you.
Is that the end of our public speakers? Okay, trustees' comments? Trustee Henniger?
I think if I'll just ask for clarity on what the last speaker talked about for the consent, so we have that, kind of understanding all that, and I support this. I support Mr. Heath when he talks about hearing from all of our constituents. The way the structure is now, we have students and young people waiting to speak on items. It gets too late. We had graduation requirements that we were doing at midnight. So this way we can keep things for the agendized items, the work of the board, and allow to hear from all of our constituents, which definitely I support. What was happening is I had people tell me, I tried to wait, I couldn't. So I feel this will move this along, move the agenda up. And then of course, I'm always happy to wait for all of those that were unable to speak, for all the communications. I'll be here all night for those at the end of it. So I appreciate that. If you clarify that, I would like to move the item. I think it's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. Does anybody else have any?
I also have questions, and I'm not ready to move the item.
Okay, Trustee Davis?
Well, I appreciate the comments, and I appreciate Trustee Castellanos' work on this. And I actually think that the oral communications is the time that those in our communities and families can share things that are not on the agenda, which later may become items that get on the agenda. And I don't agree with cutting that time down at all. And let's see. On oral communications, I think I also don't think that it should be 20 minutes under the agenda items on number 2. I don't think it should be 20 minutes. I actually think the time should be increased. And I would rather not have people wait to the end to share their comments. They're coming to speak to the board, and I know we've had board meetings that end at 1 p.m. and I don't think that it's appropriate to have them wait until that time to hear the rest of the comments. I do think on the meeting conduct, on H, I would rather not alternate between remote, online, and in-person speakers. I think it would make more sense to those that were able to attend in person if they were to be, of course, children first, students first, followed by those that are in person speaking and those that are online to speak last. And as far as disturbances go, I think it should just remain as it is. No disturbance or willful interruption of any board meeting shall be permitted. Persistence in the interruption of a board meeting by an individual or group shall be grounds for the chair to terminate the privilege of addressing the meeting. I'd rather change it to addressing the meeting to addressing the board and add that change.
Trustee Bullock, do you have any comments?
Yes, just a couple. I appreciate all the comments that are mentioned because we do want to hear from the people. We do want to hear from parents and our constituents. It is challenging to figure out how to get that done and be able to hear all voices. But to put it at the very end, I understand the reasoning so that we could get through our work. And what Trustee Davis meant to say was 1 a.m., not 1 p.m., that we have been there. But, you know, parents who have young children and, you know, school nights, they're the ones that have the young kids still in school. And to ask them to be there very late at night, I think we're going to end up losing a lot of comments because they can't stay that late. So I don't really have an answer yet, but I don't think we've come up with the right solution. And that's my input. Thank you.
I have a couple questions, suggestions, and actually one question is under oral communications agenda items, item 2. The last sentence in that paragraph where it says after 1 hour of public comment, the board president may exercise their authority to move on from oral communications to board business. That was not in the original plan, the proposal. Where did that come from? Who added that? Trustee Jones added that? Because I don't think that is necessary. We've got other things that's covered in other places. And even the sentence about move on to board business, this is board business. Agenda items is board business. So I would like to delete that sentence. Okay, there's other, further up in that paragraph, the time for oral communication shall be 20 minutes, where it says per individual discussion action agenda items. To clarify, I'd say be 20 minutes on any individual information discussion or action items, because this still applies to information items that aren't discussion action. So I'd like to change the word per, delete per and add on any, and insert the word information before discussion action and take the S off of items. It'd be item. What's the question?
We can capture the feedback tonight and then see if the board is in support, and then we're happy to bring it back or pass it if you want to waive your first read. Probably review whatever changes made.
My only other change is, our suggestion is a couple of times we say oral communications by the public from the audience. I think we can delete from the audience. Like occurs in paragraph B under 2, and it occurs again on what I think is E. There's some lettering issues. That the board shall limit the total time for oral communications by the public from the audience. I think from the audience needs to go away.
Agreed.
Okay. Again, there's another instance where it says audience, and I think it should be members of the public, not members of the audience. Audience makes it sound like it's a performance. But those are my suggestions. I think other than that, I agree with Trustee Castellanos' changes and direction. I think it'll make our board meetings run smoother. I think if there's more than 20 speakers on non-agenda items, I think people are just going to have to realize that if they're coming en masse, if they're bringing 200 people to come and give us their input on whatever, that they need to know this is what they're going to be they're going to have to, I could say, of you 200, could you offer 20 speakers and not have all 200 of you speak? Or I think there's other flexibility on that, but if people are coming in mass, they need to know that this is what they're going to be faced with. Either be the first 20 or wait till afterwards. Trustee Jones?
So Trustee Davis, you mentioned that we were cutting oral communications, and that's really not the case at all. And apparently this is something that is done in several other school boards where there's a certain number of minutes at the beginning of the meeting for oral communications and the rest goes at the end. And I certainly do understand that could be an issue for people, but we do there are other ways of communicating with the board. We are on our third discussion action information item of the night, and it's 10 after 9, and we'll probably finish this one at maybe 9:20. So we're just so impeded, I think, by there's the desire and the responsibility of the board to hear public comment. And then there's the responsibility of the board to get the school district's business done. And we are impeded from getting the business done sometimes when there are so many speakers that it just becomes difficult. So, and I observe that there are often only maybe 2 or 3 viewpoints expressed over and over and over again. So having more speakers does not provide more information. It just consumes more time. Oh, and I wanted to address the issue of consent calendar. My observation with consent calendar is that the people who speak to consent calendar are individuals who are very involved, who know the board members. Generally, I mean, there are people who have the cell phone number of every single board member, and sometimes call all of us, but they certainly know how to communicate with us. And if I felt that consent calendar was something that the general public had a lot of interest in, I would feel differently about it. But because it tends to be people who are very, very involved, know the district well, know staff members well, know the board members well, they have that avenue of communicating with us and saying, I don't think this is right. I think it should be pulled from consent calendar. And once it's pulled from consent calendar, then that becomes a discussion item, discussion action item, and there's the full 20 minutes there. So that, or I'm sorry, yeah, 20 minutes, I'm sorry. So that changes how that works. And I know that we didn't have any items pulled tonight, but most nights there is something pulled. And many times it is as a result of an email that someone has received alerting them to, this is really not right, or I don't understand this. Could you pull it and explain it or whatever? So I appreciate the comments we get from the public on that. But again, it is sort of a rarefied group of people who tend to be interested in consent calendar. In any event, I am interested in, I feel like we do need to sort of codify some of the things we have been doing informally in board meetings, like, you know, you get 3 minutes, or you get 2 minutes, or you get 1 minute. Sometimes there's a proposal to give 30 seconds. That is taken away here. There is no more 30 seconds, because I think that's a little silly and very unfair. And it makes it clear how many minutes we're going, or how many minutes you'll get, depending on how many speakers there are. But let's see, we mentioned early on that, let's see, where was it? Because one of the board's responsibilities to the public is to conduct district business in an orderly and efficient way, the following procedures shall regulate public comment to the board. And that is truly what we're trying to do. We are trying to conduct business in an orderly and efficient way. There are many ways to communicate with us. I think most board members answer a lot of emails. I'm sure we all read all the emails, and my phone number's on the district website. People call me, not that many, interestingly enough. And I just don't think that making comment in a board meeting is the only way for people to express themselves. So anyway, I'm in support of doing this.
Okay, actually, prior to.
I'd like to bring it back for the second reading.
Oh, of course. Well, we did, okay, prior to going on all of our comments, Trustee Hanachek did say she would like to move the item,
Yes.
but nobody seconded because we hadn't all commented yet.
Right.
So, do you want to,
I would, well, in order to move the item, I would put forward that we need to not have, forego the second reading. That has to be the first item before my motion to support this with the changes made, creating a new equitable operating environment for our board meeting. So I would start with that motion. I would change my motion now to be waiving the second reading.
waiving second reading and going and moving approval of the revised policy as amended tonight?
Yes, that is my motion.
Okay.
I have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, it's moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Castellanos. Okay, this is a roll call vote. Do we all understand what we're voting on?
With all changes that all of us discussed tonight.
Yes,
Well, changes.
the amendments that I made.
So you're not voting right now on the changes. Right now, you're just voting on whether you want to waive your second reading. Then we're going to go through page by page, make sure we capture.
I think her motion was to waive the second reading and approve as amended.
Okay, so I want to make sure that Mrs. Hayes has captured it.
I need support in capturing everything that was said. I don't feel confident to tell you everything that was said.
Let's just go through.
My motion to waive the second reading. Then let's go back, Martha, our President McNicholas, make sure we've captured it, and then I will put forth.
Okay, so our first motion is to waive the second reading.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, second by trustee Castellanos, roll call.
Student advisor Padia,
Aye.
trustee Bolus,
Nay.
trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
trustee Davis,
Nay.
trustee Hanachek,
Aye.
trustee Jones,
Nay.
trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Who was counting?
Well, you have to be
3-3?
unanimous to be able to, it has to be unanimous.
Waive,
Waive
okay.
second reading. So let's go through.
Let's go through the changes and we can still vote on it, but it'll still come back for a second reading.
Yep.
Okay.
But I have one quick question. Could we, when we bring this back for a second reading, could we have all of this become black and what's being changed now in the new color?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can. do
Okay,
that.
so let's just walk page by page. On the-
And the formatting, so we don't have headlines in the middle of the page?
Yes.
Okay, so on what is known as 953, are there any changes to what's there?
Page 950.
953, which is the first page of the policy.
I have no changes.
Okay, we have a revised that has no page number. Okay, the revised version you gave us has no page, but in our book, it has page number. I mean, we can
Let's
coordinate.
start on the first page. Can I have a copy of that?
I have no,
Staff, Susie Schmidt, may I ask if you have the revised version of the resolution at the back table? I'm sorry, not the resolution, the board policy that we're working on. Do you have copies of those? Different piece of paper.
I mean, we can go by what's in the book. I can do both. And the revised version that you gave us. I know.
I don't have a copy.
I don't even, I'm sorry.
But they don't have page numbers on. The one in the board book has a page number.
So we can do
We'll
it.
be able to figure it out.
Okay.
We can do it.
Let's start on what is the first page that says meeting conduct at the top and ends with the word complete a questionnaire.
Yes,
But in the new policy, it's not a number.
right.
Yep.
And then you just.
She got it. She got
I have that one. Okay, perfect.
Nothing on that page that I have.
Okay, on the second page, which was 954,
54.
and now is the second page of the policy. Are there any changes on that page?
In the second paragraph, rather than start with the because, I'd rather it start with as.
Second paragraph in blue where it says because of the board's responsibilities to the public.
So it could be is that an acceptable change to the board?
I don't understand why that's desired.
Because I never like to start a sentence with because.
He's an English teacher, what can I say?
Yeah, I don't think that as makes it any better.
I don't think because makes it better either.
Okay, all right. I won't fight you on
Strike the
that.
preposition.
Yeah. One of the board's responsibility to the public.
Get rid of both. Get rid of both, right?
To
One
conduct.
of the board's responsibilities to the public is to conduct district business.
And then you need to put a therefore the following.
Okay, so one and therefore. Anything else on that page?
Yes. Under D. Let's see. I would like it. I don't want it at the end. I don't want to have speakers speak at the end. I think to Trustee Bullock's point, we have families with small children. And if they're coming to share something that they feel they need to do in person, and they were the 21st speaker, and we make them wait until 11:30 PM or 12:15 in the morning or whatever, I don't agree. I'd like to strike it.
I'm not sure you're going to get agreement on that amendment.
So, and then just to reiterate, I understand it's the conundrum, what Mrs. Davis is talking about. If we don't, somebody's going to give, and it will be the next person that would like to be speaking again on graduation requirements or something, dress code, whatever it might be later on in the agenda, then they will be. So without even the deference of having their 20 minutes, because they will be done. So I stick with this. We move our folks to the end, and that's reflective, as you pointed out, of other school districts' operating procedures.
Right, and oral communications is not something you're voting on the evening. So it is something that you can be emailed about. Yeah, right.
Okay, so it sounds like there isn't agreement on that amendment. Anything else on that page? Okay, so moving to the next page that starts with himself, herself, and ends with the word board with.
Okay, this is where I have some questions. We are down on what looks like under oral communications, agenda items, paragraph 2. The total time for oral communication shall be 20 minutes. Strike the word per, add on any individual, insert the word information / discussion / action agenda item, delete the S.
Okay, is there agreement on that?
Okay. And then delete the entire last sentence. After 1 hour of public comment, the board president may exercise their authority to move on from oral communications to board business.
Is there agreement on that? Okay, anything else on that page? Okay, moving on to the next page that starts his, her, and ends, it shall not hear speakers.
Okay, on the second paragraph,
Would be from the audience.
you okay? Okay.
The audience.
Delete the phrase from the audience.
Got it.
Everyone agreement on getting rid of that? Okay.
Yeah, delete anytime it says from the audience
Yeah, it's
throughout the.
it's in that first paragraph,
Mhm.
the middle there, which is labeled as E, but actually should be C.
Okay. Oh yeah, it should be C.
And so take out the from the audience.
Yep.
And we're gonna
reformat
the letters.
Okay.
And on H, I would like it to, the Board of Trustees will first hear from in-person speakers, followed by, first hear from students, followed by in-person speakers, followed by remote speakers.
G covers, item G covers students. And
Can we combine G and H?
Trustee Castellanos, what's your feeling on that?
I understand both sides. Regarding age, I think we're just trying to accommodate both groups. There are reasons to come into the board meeting to be in person, and then there, families have reasons to not to come in. So I'm just trying to create a fairness the best that we can, and that's why we came up with alternate.
I think true, as much as
I
I would love to
mean-
give deference, but we've got to have an equitable environment as long as we are allowing the Zoom participants. Some people would be here, but they can't. So I support what's happening. And I do like having the students a separate item that gives the deference to that. And we're making an effort that's different than what most districts would do.
I think we do have to have students as a separate item, because if you have some students online and some in person, whether online is first or in person is first, students are first. So all the online.
I agree with that. I agree, keep students separate, but I would really like to consider in-person speakers first, followed by online speakers second. And the reason is what we just did last month when we changed that, and we now are listening to speakers first that are in person.
Okay, does the majority of the board support that?
I don't have a strong preference either way.
And in addition, the reason I would say is it keeps it flowing. Like we line up the people to speak, and then we can hear from those that are online, and it just moves right to the next speaker. So in order to help keep the meeting moving forward is another reason to keep it online followed, or to have in-person speakers first.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that.
Yeah, I think I go along with that. Is that okay?
Okay, so
Castellanos?
the majority said, so in-person speakers first.
Right.
The Board of Trustees will first hear from in-person speakers, followed by remote speakers.
Unfortunately, I feel that's prejudicial. I understand about moving things along, which we're doing. Our goal is here. I just really feel it's prejudicial. We might have people at home that are not ambulatory. I get it, why you guys want to flow, but it's like, okay, you're here, so you get to do all this, and you're at home. I really like how your original intention. But I'm not going to die on that.
Okay, it's tough. And part of this is.
I don't like it.
Part of this is we don't have, to my knowledge, we don't have any other policy that discusses online and remote access. We've just been doing it because we needed to.
Well, what now is, again, I don't feel it's an equitable environment because we are not giving the respect to the online person and the reasons why they might be online. So, but again, I want to talk about wanting to move this along. I'll move it. I won't hassle with that.
And I'm thinking,
important work. We've got to get the meat of it done and accomplished.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, anything else on that page that ends with "it shall not hear speakers"? Okay, the last page of the policy. Anything we need to change on the last page of the policy?
What did it say? Shall not hear speakers.
So under disturbances, how about if we remove "or other willful disturbance"? It is vague. And then just leave it as shouting, booing, heckling, interrupting other speakers, harassment of any kind.
So you'd put a name.
Or harassment of any kind, and
Or-
take out or other willful disturbance.
So adding or, getting rid of or other willful.
Okay, I meant.
Is there agreement on that?
No, I don't understand. Okay, so you're saying don't say no disturbance or willful interruption by any board meeting shall be permitted?
Just take out that.
So it would say this
Okay.
includes, this includes, but is not limited to shouting, booing, heckling, interrupting other speakers, or harassment of any kind. period.
Okay, got it. Absolutely, yes.
So we're taking out no disturbance or willful. By taking out.
Not in the first sentence,
Taking
at
out-
the end of the red line part.
In both sentences, no disturbance of any board meeting shall be permitted, and or harassment of any kind.
Okay, so we took it out of the second. Do you want to take it out of the first?
Gila, were you saying take it out of both?
I I'm okay with taking it out of both. I definitely would take it out of the second. But it was there before, no disturbance or willful.
Yeah, I'd like to leave it. I'd like to leave it.
Not new.
Know what we're going into.
Yeah.
This is also. So we hear people, they see this first, and we want to recognize this and exercise it so that the new version.
Well, and I just want to say, it's not so much moving meetings along. It's like, we have an obligation to do certain business and that is an obligation to the public. And this is to highlight that obligation. So, okay.
Okay,
But
so
yes.
it sounds like you're gonna leave it in. The majority wants
We're
to
gonna
leave that
leave it at the
willful in.
beginning.
Leave it at the beginning,
To the end.
take it out in a second. Okay.
And then other than changing audience to public, are there any other changes on this page?
I think we got input from somebody that says we've talked about no signs twice. If we want to tighten that up, I have a suggestion. Otherwise, I'm okay leaving it like it is. At the beginning, at the end of the first paragraph there, it says meeting attendees who bring signs are welcome to display them outside the building where the board meeting is taking place. And then it says furthermore, in order to ensure the safety of all present, no signs carried by attendees will be permitted in the boardroom itself. Is that, I'm okay with leaving it that way.
Well, then it's clear that they can't come in.
Yeah, okay.
You know, it's.
Yeah, and then,
Leave it.
yeah, take the word audience out and replace it with the word public.
Are those all acceptable changes?
Yep.
Any other changes?
And on the cellular phone line, why are we adding board meeting room instead of in the boardroom? What's the need for that?
I don't know.
Well, we can look and always call it the board room. Is that the preference or board meeting room?
But the last sentence says board meeting room itself.
Okay, so let's leave them all as in the board meeting room. And we
Okay.
will then check that all the way through board
Okay.
meeting room for consistency. Okay,
So now we will entertain a motion to approve as amended, but it will still come back for a second reading.
yes.
I move approval as amended.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Hanachek, second by trustee Castellanos.
McNicholas, can
Yes.
we, like we usually do, bring it back and put it on consent?
Yep.
Yes. Yes,
Wait, so does this mean that there's no second read?
No, there's a second.
that is the
reading.
second
You'll have
reading.
to pull
It'll be
it.
on consent.
Oh, okay, all
You'll
right.
have to, you pull it off consent.
And if you want to talk about it again, you have to pull it off the consent.
Okay.
Okay, Mrs. Hayes, can we call a roll?
Student Advisor Claudia,
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus,
I think she's back on.
You lose her?
Trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek,
Aye.
Trustee Jones,
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Passes 501. If trustee Bullicus is absent. And then we'll come back as a second reading on consent. Okay, so now we would go back to item 14. A2. This is Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team Extraordinary Audit of Aliso Miguel High School Associated Student Body Assembly Bill 139. This is Mark Hampton.
Thank you, President McNicholas, trustees. During the 2019-20 school year, which incidentally was pre-pandemic, it seems like ages ago, during a transition in the Associated Student Body ASB staffing at Aliso Miguel High School, discrepancies were discovered in the ASB accounts. After an initial internal investigation, district staff recommended a more extensive audit be conducted and requested what is referred to as an extraordinary audit through the Orange County Department of Education per Assembly Bill AB 139. The audit was conducted by the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, known as FCMAT, and began in July 2020 and continued until late 2021. The FCMAT investigation is now complete and has been reviewed by the Orange County Department of Education. Dean West, Associate Superintendent of Business Services for the Orange County Department of Education, is here tonight to present the audit report to trustees. And following Mr. West's report, Philippa Townsend, Assistant Superintendent Fiscal Services, will provide the steps the district has and is taking to address the concerns outlined in the audit report. Thank you.
Board President, Board Trustees, District Superintendent. I'm here on behalf of County Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Al Maharas. It's the County Superintendent's responsibility to engage the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team when there is a suspicion of a fraud or if there's evidence there, or to evaluate that situation. And we did get a call from the district early 2020, and looking at what they had found and the suspect, we did engage in a contract with FCMAT. That's part of the report. It's at the end of the report. And their conclusions are found on page 39. So based on the findings of the report, FCMAT concluded that there's insufficient evidence to demonstrate that fraud, misappropriation of funds and/or assets or illegal practice may have occurred. However, there is sufficient evidence that proper written approvals for ASB timesheet expenditures are not occurring as required by Education Code 48933B. So the deficiencies and the exceptions that are in the report should be taken with importance by the district and by our office. One of the responsibilities is to present to you these findings and then report. The governing board has a responsibility within 15 days to respond back to us. Basically, what your response is on page 36 and 37, which is the internal controls that your staff with Philip Townsend will probably go through that piece with you. But our responsibility is to present that to you at this time and then give you a chance to ask those questions.
Capistrano Unified has 6 comprehensive high schools, as well as Capistrano Union High School ASB and 13 middle school ASBs. The middle school ASBs are fairly small, but the comprehensive high schools have on average budgets of over $1 million each. And each high school typically has over 100 different trust accounts for activities such as baseball, football, class accounts, chess club, etc. During the 2 years of the audit, staff has worked with Fiscal Crisis and the Management Assistance Team staff to implement changes to processes and procedures. Many of these changes are complete, and those include the following. Employee requisition or ER forms have been developed specifically for the associated student body positions. The revised ERs require the signature of the principal, ASB advisor, and student advisor, and complies with Education Code 48933. This information is included on page 29 of the report regarding proper authorization of expenditures. A desk manual has been developed for the staff position responsible for monitoring the ASBs. This desk manual includes documentation that must be maintained, documentation of oversight as it is conducted, as well as a calendar scheduling visits to each of the sites. During the visits to sites, staff examines a sample of expenditures and audits the backup for those expenditures, retaining documentation of the sampled expenditures. Any past due invoices are referred to management staff for resolution. And when I refer to past due invoices, those are invoices due from the ASB to the district for payroll for ASB positions, because the district must pay those people. And so we have to bill each ASB for those. Completion of an internal ASB manual for both high schools and middle schools. These manuals will be updated on an annual basis and as needed. Ensuring that all staff responsible for the ASB receive training annually, including principals. Providing internal control checklists to all principals, ASB advisors, ASB clerks, and the district business office staff each year. These checklists were developed based on the FCMAT ASB manual and will continue to be recirculated annually. These checklists are designed to make sure that each position understands what they are responsible for. Other changes will require more time to implement, but are currently underway. These include a revised board policy, 3452 student activity funds, which will be presented to trustees at the May board meeting for approval. Night drops will be installed at the 5 comprehensive high schools that do not yet have one over the summer to utilize for when activities are held after hours. Staff from several departments have met to discuss changes to the pay structure for ASB funded positions, discussed on page 29 of the report. The current system has been in existence for over 24 years and will require some time to implement changes. These changes will result in an improvement in the clarity of the pay rate, equity among school sites, and will enable the ASB students to understand the ASB budget and finances. Training will be provided by ASB Works software to all high schools in April, which will be next week, along with assistance in standardizing accounting methods and account codes for each high school site. An internal website has been developed for ASB staff to obtain guidance documents and to see that the documents that they should be submitting to the district office on a monthly or quarterly basis and what their due dates are. This report has offered the opportunity to implement changes to the current ASB system. These adjustments will strengthen and improve the current processes and will allow greater transparency for students, staff, and the community. And these changes that we will be implementing will be sent in a letter to OCDE in response to this report. And with that, if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not.
Trustees, comments? Trustee Hanachek.
Thank you so much for this work. Thank you for the FCMAT study. I'm glad to see that, it's just mistakes and errors. Will we be offering this kind of support to district booster clubs too? I know ASB is the big thing, but can we do some type of training and consistency for our boosters that support programs at our elementary, middle, and high school?
Yes, we can add that.
That would be wonderful. So I just think well-meaning people are overwhelmed with the task. So thank you.
Any other comments from trustees? Trustee Bolikas or Trustee Davis? Any comments?
Yes, I have a lot of questions. Thank you. On page 26, the bad debt expense of $10,295 from May 1st. I want to kind of understand that. Credit cards don't show up on bank statements if they didn't go through. You right away know if it's declined. So I'm not quite sure that I understand that one. Do you want me to just go through them all, or do you want to? I mean, I like 2 pages of questions.
Maybe.
Why were the negative counts not a red flag? How did this go on for years? Were the district bills being paid from these? Is there why things were overlooked? Do you want me to go stop at each question?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So the $10,000 in bad debt expense, that was due to malfunction in the credit card processing system they were using, which was a Square system, I believe. And so those transactions actually didn't go through. And because they were manually entering each of those credit card entries, then they had to turn around and write them off again. And that was one of the specific areas that FCMAT did have questions on. And so they did question the person who had done the entries, and she explained it. And they went back and verified that what she had said was correct. But it had been a while between when the credit cards were processed and when she did the entries. So that's why it was suspicious.
So there was $10,295 of credit card charges that didn't go through?
Yes.
For that 2019. But I mean, we use Square in our business, and I've never seen that it shows up that it didn't go through, and then that had to be changed. I don't, maybe I just don't understand that.
They did go back and look at those entries. Some of those entries where the credit card didn't go through, they did call the parent to get payment. And that did happen. But it was I believe it was registration. So they were processing a lot of entries all at one time. In fact, they had, I think, students helping with the entries because they had so many transactions to do at that time.
Okay. On page 28, why were district bills being paid from these, and is that why things were overlooked? I mean, it seems like that if we're going to have negative accounts, it seems to be a red flag. Were the funds in the correct accounts properly investigated?
So I think you're referring to the negative trust accounts, is that correct?
I think so. Let's see. Well, the square, I think you got that covered because that covers those next 3 pages. Actually didn't highlight it exactly on here, but I've got, let's see, why they're not a red flag. On page 20, let's see, hang on. Mostly, I guess, on that one. Let's see. Well, on page 31. On page 31, the negative balances, were they negative just on these dates? Or is this the entire balance sheet? Because just having these just on these dates, if the accounts are negative, how did they pay their bills? How were bills paid if the accounts were negative? If every month there's a negative account and this is going on for 11 months and over the course of a couple of years, how does that happen? And who's signing off on the negative accounts every month? How does this work? Is there someone that's overseeing this, and was it just an oversight month after month, or?
So each of the high schools typically has over 100 of these trust accounts, liability accounts that are for each of these student groups. So it's not uncommon for a student group to have a negative balance from time to time. So some of these
11 months straight?
Some of these negative balances were being moved from account to account as the year went on. And so overall, the ASB still had money because the invoices owed to the district weren't paid and they weren't accrued as they should have been at the end of the year. So it wasn't immediately obvious that they didn't have any money because they weren't setting up what they owed to the district as a liability.
So month after month, we were not properly managing that.
Yes, month after month, the accounts that were negative weren't always the same. So yes, it didn't get caught.
But I mean, it just kind of looks like that they're on this sampling. It kind of looks like they're all negative month after month. And this is just a sampling. So
Mrs. Townsend, perhaps I can offer some information here, and that is just to say that neither the principal nor the activities director nor the ASB clerk are still there in those positions. Does that make any sense to you? Lisa, does that help a little bit?
I think it was a perfect storm of change in ASB clerk, principal, and activities director.
Yes, there was a change in the ASB clerk, a change in the ASB activities director, and
a change in the principal. So I think, Trustee Davis, I think if there's specific accounting things, I think you maybe direct those specific questions to Ms. Townsend, who might be able to explain it to you better.
And I just want to add that it wasn't that we were missed every month. We were continually communicating with the school, but we didn't always get the item resolved.
To me,
I just know in the business world, I mean, budget pretty much navigates things and it kind of becomes the value. And in month after month, you can't run a business with a negative balance sheet. And I mean, it may not be clear if the money's lost or possibly there's some incompetence or we haven't properly trained or, you know, I mean, and then I guess what prompted this audit?
Because when we had a changeover in staff, so we got a new ASB clerk and new ASB activities director, they raised questions about why they had invoices outstanding to the district and why they had these negative accounts.
Well, I appreciate that. I would absolutely as well.
the other
So
thing,
maybe I literally have like 3 pages of notes, so maybe I should hold this and I'm happy to meet with you, Philippa. Thank you.
I think the other thing is, as every year when we look at our audit, having a finding of an ASB irregularity is not unusual. It's not always the same school. It's not every year, but that has been an ongoing issue for, I don't want to say years and years, but
That's
But
correct.
not this year.
So
not this year.
But so when there are findings for ASBs, so there's sort of an arm's length oversight of the ASBs because they operate independently. But when there's a finding in an ASB, the fiscal services department for the school district sends those findings to the principal and the activities director at the school site and requires a written response to every finding on that. That's our standard practice every year. So it's not like there's a lack of communication back to the
Right.
ASBs of the findings.
Trustee Bullock, are you back with us?
Yes, I am. And so I just wanted to add, CUSD is not alone. Many school districts have challenges with this ASB funds. There's been articles in the newspapers and all. So in finding this, again, just I appreciate the fine tuning and looking at the policy, but most importantly, the retraining or training of new. And that's just something that always seems to need to be spelled out to principals to make sure when we have turnover. And I just wanted to add, I really appreciate Trustee Hanachek's inclusion that if we could also do best practices and kind of do some pre-teaching to our booster clubs throughout high schools. We have tons of booster clubs, and these are all individual parents handling monies for other families and all. And of which I had been a part of when at Capo Valley High School. So that is desperately needed, and I'm sure would be welcomed to include them on some best practices and training. So thank you for the work that's ahead in looking at this policy and the training that will happen for all of our schools.
And I'm going to finish up with 2 comments. One is the good news. There was no evidence of fraud or intentional theft or anything like that. So that's the good news. The other thing is if they all went through PTA training, okay, not that things don't happen with PTAs too, but PTA has very strict accounting training for anybody handling money. So I just got to.
Well, and I appreciate that we're working to get the ASB software training for all sites standardized and the accounting methods. And I think every school does it different. And being that we are one district, I think we need to standardize that and make it consistent throughout so that whoever walks into whatever position knows how to handle it. Because if one's doing it one way and another's doing it another, then I don't know how someone can follow up with that from the district end.
Thank you. This is an information item only. We take no action at this point. Okay, we're going to go on to item, and thank you. Appreciate it. Item 14A4. This is presentation on the results of Dana Hills High School Facilities Improvement District Bond Feasibility Study. Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, President McNicholas. So trustees have received similar presentations on previous bond measures that have been contemplated and also placed on the ballot. So this is for a potential bond measure for Dana Hills High School, just for the high school boundary itself, for just Dana Hills High School. The poll was recently performed by True North Research, and Tim McClarney with True North Research is here to present the results of the poll. Thank you.
Thank you, Clark. Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. Dr. Tim McClarney with True North Research, and it's my pleasure tonight to be able to present to you a summary of the findings of the survey that we recently completed on the feasibility of a SFID bond for Dana Hills High School. As I go through tonight's presentation, I welcome questions from the board along the way or at the end, whichever is your preference. Next slide, please. So just a quick review of the purpose of the study as well as the methodology before we talk about the results. As a bond feasibility study, we're really trying to address these three overarching sort of questions as sort of the goal of the study. The first is to answer that basic question of, is it feasible? And what I mean by that is, if you as a board were to choose to place this measure on an upcoming ballot, does it have a reasonable chance of success? In the case there is feasibility, we're also trying to understand how you go about structuring that measure in a way that it's consistent with the type of measure that your community is interested in supporting. You know, as part of a bond proposal, there's a lot of elements to that package. There's the overall bond amount that you're authorizing. There's the tax rate that would be underlying that. There's the types of projects and improvements that would be funded. There's accountabilities that would be built into this measure. So all of those components of a bond package, this survey is designed to help guide those decisions. And then finally, it's an opportunity for us to understand the role of information and to help gather information that would help the district in terms of communicating with voters moving forward. I'm a big proponent that if a public agency is going to take the step of placing a measure on the ballot and asking voters to make a decision, it's really incumbent upon that agency to inform voters about the decision you're asking them to make. You're not advocating up or down on a particular proposal. You're simply giving voters the facts so that they can be well informed when they go in to make their own decisions. Next slide, please. So in terms of the methodology, survey was conducted in March of this year. We spoke with 442 voters within the SFID boundaries, which is essentially the attendance boundaries for Dana Hill High School, who are what we call likely November 2022 voters. These are voters who, based on their voting history, their registration date, other demographics, we'd expect that would actually cast a ballot in the upcoming November election. We use what's called a stratified and clustered random sample, which I can get into the particulars of that if you like, but suffice to say that process guarantees that at the end of our data collection period, we have a sample that is in fact representative of that likely November universe on all the dimensions that are related to how people tend to vote on tax measures. So things like age and gender, partisanship, household party type, all those factors that tend to be pretty predictive of how voters tend to cast ballots on tax measures. We control for that so that the profile of our sample matches the profile of your likely November universe. Once selected at random, we use a mixed method approach where we recruited using 3 different recruiting methods. We reached out by email, by text, as well as by telephone. And respondents had the option of either completing the survey online at a protected website or by telephone. And now, because this was a random sample of 442 and not a census of all of your likely voters, it has what's known as a margin of error due to sampling. And in this case, that's 4.6%. What that means is that we can be 95% confident that the results we'll be talking about tonight are within 4.6% of what we would have found had we spoken with all of your likely November voters. Next slide, please. Okay, so on to the results. So at the outset of the survey, we have what we call our importance of issues question, where for each of the issues you see here on this slide, we simply ask voters to tell us how important that issue is to them. Is it extremely important, very important, somewhat important, or not at all important? We ask this question in part because it's just a nice warm-up question, gets voters thinking about local issues. but it's also an opportunity for us to understand how education as a topic stacks up against some of these other issues that also compete for tax dollars. And in particular, how does the topic of improving the quality of education in local schools stack up against the issue of preventing local tax increases? And you can see here on the slide that although we asked these in a random order, we've sorted them from high to low based on that combined percentage of folks who said it's extremely very important. And the number one issue in the community was improving the quality of education in local public schools, came in at 84%, saying it's either extremely or very important, followed by maintaining local streets and roads, improving public safety, and then preventing local tax increases. When you look at the gap between improving the quality of education in local public schools and preventing local tax increases, that gap is about 20 points, right? The difference between 84% and 64%. That's a little lower than we normally see in communities. And it's really a reflection of the fact that your community is a little more tax sensitive than some. And so the other thing, though, I will point out is if you go all the way down to the bottom of the list there, you see this more narrow facility-oriented item, repairing and upgrading aging school facilities. That came in at 61%. So it's striking that, there's this huge sort of gap between, on the one hand, improving the quality of education in local public schools, number one on the list at 84%. But when you talk about repairing and upgrading aging school facilities, it came in at the very bottom of the list at 61%. So it suggests two things. One is there's kind of a lack of awareness, I think, within this SFID about the facility needs and conditions of facilities at Dana Hills High School. So there's a sort of a basic information gap. And the second thing that it also suggests is the connection between the condition of your school facilities and the quality of education that can be provided in a school district. That connection also isn't readily apparent, right? Because if there was an understanding about how facilities and the age of facilities and condition of facilities ultimately impact student opportunities and the quality of education, we wouldn't see that one would be at the bottom of the list and one would be at the top of the list. All right. Next slide, please. So from here, we go right to that initial ballot test. And the idea is before we get any deeper into the interview and we start talking about possible tax rates that could be associated with the bond, arguments pro and con, more information about what the measure would fund, we want to present to them a mock-up of what we think that 75-word ballot statement could look like and get their reaction. It's a really good gauge of where your voters are at on the natural with respect to this proposal, because they haven't heard anything more about it other than the 75-word statement that you see here. You can see here that as structured for the poll, this particular measure would be within the SFID for Dana Hills High School. We made it clear that that's what this measure would accomplish, that it would authorize $148 million in bonds, levying 3 cents per $100 assessed value, raise about $9 million annually while bonds are outstanding. So that's the language that we tested. Next slide, please. And here are the results. So at that initial ballot test, we had 52% of voters say that they would support this proposal. You had 36% who were opposed. You had about 12% who were unsure. So in the state of California, for a Prop 39 bond, you need 55% to be successful. So at this initial ballot test, we're about 3 points below that 55%. One thing that is interesting, if we looked at your high propensity voters, and in this case, I'm sort of classifying these as voters who are not only going to show up in November, they're also going to show up in the June primary. They were actually a little more supportive at 54%. That's unusual. It's usually the other way around, that the more high propensity voters tend to be a little more tax adverse than the low propensity voters. Here it's reversed a little bit. The other thing that would point out when you look behind these results is there's a giant gap based on partisanship, more so than what we might normally see. So to give you an idea, Democrats checked in at 80% support. So they're very much on board. Republicans, on the other hand, checked in at 33%. So that's how we land at 52. Obviously, your independents are usually in between. So it's sort of a big gap there. Next slide, please. Now, what wasn't necessarily obvious in the 75 words because of the requirements of what you need to say in a ballot statement was that, all this money, if raised, is going to stay local to fund the Dana Hill High School renovations and rebuild, and that and so what we wanted to do right after that initial ballot test is make it clear. We said By law, all of the money from the measure I just described will stay local and will be dedicated to replacing and upgrading classrooms and school facilities at Dana Hills High School. It can't be taken away by the state or diverted to other schools. Knowing this, would you vote yes or no? And what you see is that once you get a chance to sort of emphasize that part, that it's all about Dana Hills High School, the money stays local, can't be siphoned off any other way, we get this bump suddenly of 10 points up to 62%, right? So that's an attractive feature of this proposal. And something that if the board were to choose to move forward with the measure, you want to be emphasizing at every opportunity. Next slide, please. So naturally, support for a bond measure can depend on the price tag. The more expensive a measure is to an individual homeowner, all other things being equal, the less likely they are to support a proposal. And so one of the goals of this survey was to make it very clear that bonds mean taxes. Right? If they didn't somehow pick that up in that 75 words, we make it really clear in the tax threshold section that bonds mean taxes. And the other thing we do here is we test a series of tax rates initially to get an understanding of how, as you alter that tax rate, support for this proposal may vary. And so you can see here on the slide, we tested from a high of $30 per 100,000 of assessed valuation down to $16 per 100,000 of assessed valuation to get an understanding at each one of those price levels where support lay. And so when you focus voters' attention on the price tag and that tax, and you convey it as a tax rate in the way I just described, you do see some softening of the support for this proposal. At $30, we had 42%. At a $24 tax rate, it was 43%. When you get to $20, it jumps to 47%. And then at $16, it's up to 52%. So tax rate sensitivity. And again, when you kind of focus voters' attention on the tax rate, it tends to be a pretty conservative read on support because you're sort of separating the goodies, you're separating the things you're going to fund from the bond from the price tag and getting them to focus on the price tag. Now, the other thing we find, though, is when you're conveying the tax implications of a bond in terms of a rate per 100,000 assessed valuation, for some voters, they don't know what that really means, right? They may not know what assessed valuation means. They may overestimate the AV on their household. They may have a difficult time doing math on the fly in the space of a survey. And so they know you're talking about the price. They don't know exactly what it adds up to. And when that happens, there's some voters who will hedge. They'll say, no, we're not sure. And so for that reason, we come at it another way on the next slide, where we say, all right, let me put it another way. On the left column here, if you knew that this measure would cost the typical homeowner about $191 per year, would you vote yes or no? The $191 per year is that $30 per 100,000 assessed valuation tax rate multiplied times the median assessed value for a residential property within that SFID. That's how you get to $191 per year. And what you see is that that does make a considerable difference in how voters view the affordability of this measure. At a $30 per 100,000 assessed valuation tax rate, we had 42% support on the prior slide. Here, when you do the math, it comes out to $191 per year, and you convey that, support jumps 9 points up to 51%. The right column is the exact same exercise, only based on that $16 per 100,000 assessed valuation tax rate. That annualizes for the typical homeowner to $102 per year. And at $102 per year, we're sitting at 55% support for this proposal. Okay, next slide, please. So after the tax rate discussion, we get to what we call the projects and programs section. And here is where we're doing two things. One is we are now starting to educate respondents more about what your bond will accomplish. Up until this point, we only had that 75 words to describe what the bond would do. Not a lot of room there to describe your projects. And so in this section, we get to unpack your bond into all these various uses. And in that way, we're giving respondents a better idea of what this proposal will accomplish. The other thing it allows us to do is understand of all the ways the money could be spent, which of these items are voters' priorities and how they feel about each item on this list. And is there any anchors? And what I mean by an anchor, is there anything that you're considering using the funding for that voters don't see the merit of, don't like the idea of raising their taxes for that? And if you were to put it in your project list, it would serve to weigh your proposal down like an anchor. Obviously, there's no anchors on this list. Everything we tested on this list had at least 70% of respondents say that they would favor spending some of the money on that item. At the top of the list, though, it's interesting. You have career tech as number 1, removing hazardous materials like asbestos, lead pipes, number 2, and number 3 is STEM. And why I say that's interesting is not because that pattern's unusual. We see that quite often. But when you look down the list, sort of third up from the bottom, that's where you see the seismic safety issue, right? And so, you know, for those who are close to Dana Hills High School and have looked at this, I mean, one of the driving force behind it, the need to replace those buildings is in part the fact that they are not seismically safe. And yet when you test, and you would think that that item would sort of be at the top of the list, it's not. It's way down at sort of number 7 or 8 there. And so I mention that mainly because there might be a tendency to sort of talk about this measure and emphasize that piece of it. That isn't at the end of the day what is most compelling to voters. It's the basic improvements and repairs up top that are actually a bit more compelling. Next slide, please. So if the board chooses to place this measure on the November ballot, there's going to be an election cycle. And during that election cycle, there's going to be a lot of discussion and debate in the community about this proposal. You'll undoubtedly have some folks who will stand up and become advocates for this measure. They will go out and talk to their neighbors and friends and convey lots of reasons for why this measure is needed and why they should vote yes. You might also have some folks who are opponents of this measure. They step up and argue that this isn't something that's a good idea and here's why, and you should vote no. For this survey to be a reliable gauge of the feasibility of a bond measure, we need to simulate that discussion and debate in the space of the poll so that respondents have a good idea, not only, and we have a good idea, not only of where voters' opinions are on the natural, which was that initial ballot test, but we also understand how they're likely to react to the discussion and debate that occurs in the community during that election cycle and how that may ultimately impact their opinions about your bond. So we test a series of positive arguments here first. And what you see is that a lot of these arguments resonate with your voters. The top argument there at the top was just getting back to that issue of the fact that the high school was built 50 years ago, back when asbestos and lead pipes were used during construction, and we need to remove these hazardous materials from our school. And then the second argument there has to do with state matching money, and that if voters approve the measure, Dana Hills High School will be eligible to receive about $55 million in state matching money that otherwise will go to other districts. So that was also a very attractive feature of this proposal. Next slide, please. So after the positive arguments, we get to the interim ballot test. And the idea is, you know, voters have heard a lot more about this proposal than they did initially. We had a long conversation about tax rates. That tends to be a wet blanket on support for any type of measure. But then we came back and we talked about the projects that could be funded. We conveyed positive arguments. And so we asked, all right, now you've heard more, where do you stand? And what we see is that support ticks up a bit. We're sitting at 54% at that interim ballot test. And then we get to the negatives on the next slide. And the idea behind the negatives is that we are going to pressure test respondent support for this proposal by conveying a series of negative arguments designed to give them reasons for why they should vote no. And we do that because we want to be able to understand that should you get some opposition during the election cycle, how effective might that be, and ultimately how that might shape voters' opinions about your proposal. So shown here are the negatives that we tested, the number one just being that, you know, the district received millions in pandemic relief funds. The state of California has a $30 billion surplus this year, which means schools are going to be getting even more money. We don't need to raise taxes. You know, if you are close to how the state, you know, divvies out those funds, you realize that that's not going to be nearly enough to actually help pay for the high school replacement. But nevertheless, that's the kind of arguments that you tend to see in arguments against school bonds. So we test it. The real question, though, is after you pepper respondents with these negative arguments, what happens to support for the proposal? And that's on the next slide. You see that support ticks down a little bit, as you might imagine, but not by much. It drops 2 points. But we're sitting at 52% at that final ballot test. So we're still ending the survey about 3 points below that 55% threshold that you would need to be successful on election day. And so go to the next slide. We also had a couple questions in the poll that were unrelated to the bond. One of them was whether we asked voters whether they have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of the Capistrano Unified School District overall. You can see that here you've got 2/3 of your voters who said that they had a favorable opinion of the district. You had about 21% who said they had an unfavorable opinion, and you had about 12% who were unsure. Next slide. And when we gave individuals an opportunity to tell us in their own words, if there's a particular reason why they have either a favorable or unfavorable opinion of the district, they were able to tell us in their own words. We went back, looked at those verbatim responses and grouped them into categories you see here. So these are as percentages of the respective groups. And I say that because if you go back to the last slide, you saw that 2/3 of the voters were favorable, about a quarter were unfavorable. Here, we're just saying of the favorable in the green bars, what percentage of their responses were in these categories, and then as a percentage of the unfavorable, where they fall. And so in terms of the favorable responses, you tend to see references to having their own personal experience or a family or a friend experience that was positive at the school district. You've got a few people who prefer not to answer or weren't sure of anything particular. Then you have mentions of the quality of the education and curriculum, positive comments sort of in general, high level, mentions of the high quality teachers and staff, et cetera. Among those who had an unfavorable opinion of the district, you can see here there's one bar that really stands out, and it's sort of a combination of, which I've labeled here, teaching ideologies, content politicized. It tends to be references to CRT or references to Common Core, or concerns about that the teaching is leaning one way or the other. It contains too much politics. That's sort of the dominant category among those who said they had an unfavorable opinion of the district. Next slide, please. Okay, so kind of a wrap up here. So what does all this mean? Circling back first to that overarching question that sort of motivated the research in the first place, is to understand if it's feasible to move forward with a bond measure for in the Dana Hills SFID. And the answer to that is yes. It could be feasible, it's possible, but there is a hill to climb, right? And in order to climb that hill and get over that 55% threshold that you would need to be successful, it's really important that this bond meet those three conditions that you see here: that it's viewed as affordable, that it's focused on the projects and improvements that voters identified as priorities for this bond, and it's accompanied by robust community opinion leader engagement, education, and communication, right? When you're sitting a few points below that threshold, and you ideally want to be above that threshold, obviously, there are a few strategies for how you get there. The affordability one, which I'm going to comment on here next in the next bullet, is an important one. We saw in this poll, and we've seen in other polls in the district in the past, that your voters tend to be tax rate sensitive, and the comfort zone with respect to this Dana Hills High School SFID bond appears to be no greater than $20 per 100,000 assessed valuation. That at $20 would translate to approximately $127 per year for the typical homeowner. If it's possible, it's possible to make it even lower. That's great. Obviously, the lower you make the tax rate, the less revenue you get, the less you can do with your facility. And so that's always one of those, I think, one of the most difficult questions you have to answer as a board is, where do we set that price tag? In terms of the projects, as I mentioned before, seismic safety is not the most attractive feature of this bond. And that ultimately what voters are most interested with respect to this proposal is modernizing your classrooms, your science labs, your technology to support STEM and career tech. Removal of hazardous materials, and bringing these older facilities up to current health codes, safety codes, and ADA compliance. So those are the combination of things that would want to be featured prominently in the project list, as well as in the ballot statement itself. And then finally, from communications, I think, there's sort of a series of several different topics that I think would, if commonly understood by your voters, would help in terms of building kind of awareness and support for this proposal, and ultimately consensus around a bond proposal. I think There's some voters that really just aren't aware of the condition of the facility there. They either haven't had kids that have gone through that school in years, or maybe they never did. Maybe they moved in afterwards, and they're just not aware of the condition of that site. I think there's a bit of a disconnect between, on the one hand, the concern that voters have and the emphasis they have on the quality of education, but the connection between how, outdated and older facilities may constrain some of the opportunities that students can have and the quality of education. I think there needs to be some connecting of the dots for some voters between those two things, because we know they care, deeply about the high quality education that can be provided, but they were far less concerned about facilities and didn't seem to see the connection. I think the opportunity for state matching funds is a big one. My understanding is as long as you have the local match, you are not just in line, that you're going to receive state matching funds to help build this facility. So that's an attractive feature and something that could be featured prominently. And then also, obviously, that all the money stays local, right? They can trust that if they support this bond, it is all going to go to rebuilding that high school. It's not going to be taken away by the state and can't be used elsewhere in the district. So with that, I end my presentation. I welcome any questions from council if there are any.
Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speakers?
We do. We have one, Michelle Flosso Campbell on.
Good evening. Thank you for looking at ways to modernize and bringing Dana Hills High School into a seismically safe structures for our children. I appreciate this work as a parent and a community member. When looking at the current polling data, I really want to know how these numbers compare to the data collected prior to both Measure M and Measure I. I really want this work to happen. I started working on facilities work in this district in 2015. I had hoped Measure M would pass in 2016, and I hoped for Measure I in 2020. But I worry we don't have the community support that we need in these numbers. Personally, the district has yes votes from at least 4 in this community, in my household and in households related to mine. But unfortunately, we are not the only voters in our area. So I really hope there will be work to do that education component that Timothy just mentioned that is needed to really make this community aware of the needs, both from a seismic safety standard, because the pictures of kids being squished by buildings falling might be compelling, but also to make sure that we really are providing that high quality education that Capistrano Unified is known for, because we need more community support to get this potential bond measure passed. And our school really does need that work. So I am supportive of this, but we need more community support to really make it come to fruition, I fear. Thank you.
That's the only comment. Okay.
I think Mr. Hampton wanted to clarify something.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, I'd like to provide some clarification on the comments regarding seismic safety, based on the questions that were asked in the survey. Is that, so Dana Hills High School building meets the seismic standards that were in place at the time the building was built. And it was built to a much higher standard than buildings in the that surrounded it that were built at the same time that were not school sites. It was built to a much higher standard. However, seismic standards have changed over time. So now the seismic standards for buildings now are different than what they were for when Dana Hills High School was built. And Dana Hills High School still meets the standards that were in place at the time. There's been no degradation of the building as far as its ability. It was designed to at the time. And this is the same for all schools built in California at that particular time. And when an opportunity comes to have funding to modernize a school site, all schools are evaluated for their the requirements at the current time. And in the case of California, when you're modernizing a building, they look at doing seismic mitigation. And if in some cases, it means the building needs to be replaced. If the mitigation exceeds 50% of replacement value. So I just wanted to provide that clarification on the buildings.
Thank you. Trustees, any comments?
We'll start.
Trustee Castellanos.
Just a couple of things that stuck out to me was the first question on background and demographics. Do you have any teenagers who currently attend Dana Hills High School? I thought it was interesting that 79% did not. And then also, did you have grown children who previously attended? And almost 60% had never had any children when they were younger attend high school. I just found that interesting. But I don't know, it just stuck out to me. And then average assessed value in that area is what approximately? We know when we're coming up with numbers like $127 per year, we're basing it on assessed value.
Keith Weaver can provide that.
Okay.
Because I know it's changed over time.
Hi, good evening. Keith Weaver with Government Financial Strategies. So the median assessed value, which is the typical assessed value for single family residences in the high school, which kind of reflects the typical homeowner, is approximately $638,000.
Okay. Thank you.
I think a lot of people in that area are longtime homeowners with no kids in school. I'm one of them, but I'm probably an anomaly as far as supporting that, but I think that is a big target audience that we need to get to. Any other trustee comments? Trustee Davis or Bolikas, do you have any comments? Okay, this is information.
No.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Judy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. No comment, just taking in the information we received this evening.
Yeah, and this is information only. It is one of the information we need to make a decision if we go forward on a bond. Superintendent, do you have any comments?
The next step actually would be, we're gonna bring the Aliso Viejo polling results, and then we'll bring back a conversation with the board about what you would like to do in the go forward, given these polling results for both of these areas.
And the seismic issue, I understand there is a timeline associated with that too, in order to be able to be eligible for.
For seismic hardship matching money from the state, yes.
Yeah, so, okay, thank you. I am fully supportive of this. I have to echo Michelle Prossel-Campbell. I definitely support it. I am worried that we are not over the 55% on our initial reading, and nor do I think on measure H and I think we're about in the same position. I don't think we were at 55 back then either. So it's a similar hill to climb. It may be a smaller group to focus on, but it's kind of where we are. Okay, thank you. We are on to item 14A6. This is a recommendation to approve the contract for employment of Associate Superintendent, Human Resource Services, first day of service during the 2021-2022 school year through and including June 30th, 2024. This is Superintendent Vital-Wilke.
Hey, good evening. I want to welcome Dr. Bob Presby, our Associate Superintendent of HRS, is in the audience this evening. So thank you for hanging in there through our board meeting. So by government code, I have to read a specific script. So let me walk you through. Pursuant to government code section 54953 subdivision C3, The board provides this oral summary of the salary and or fringe benefit increase as set forth in the proposed contract for employment of Associate Superintendent, Human Resource Services between the Capistrano Unified School District and Dr. Robert Presby. The term of employment contract between the district and Associate Superintendent is from the first day of Dr. Presby's first day of service, April 25th, during the 2021-22 fiscal year through and including June 30th, 2024. The Associate Superintendent shall be paid an annual salary for the 2021-22 fiscal year of $218,302. The annual salary be prorated for the 2021-22 fiscal year. The Associate Superintendent shall be paid an annual salary for the 22-23 fiscal year of $218,302. The Associate Superintendent shall be paid an annual salary for the 2023-2024 fiscal year of $223,760. Other elements of the compensation listed in the contract include a doctoral stipend amount of $2,064. The stipend will be prorated for the 2021-22 fiscal year. Eligibility to receive the longevity stipend available to all district certificate administrators pursuant to the certificated management compensation schedule once he's attained the requisite number of years with the 2021-22 as the first qualifying school year. The district shall provide a $250 monthly stipend for mileage. The district shall provide $35 monthly stipend for maintenance of a cellular telephone. The district shall provide all fringe benefits that are granted to other certificated and classified employees, including but not limited to health and welfare and retiree benefits. The district shall pay for necessary expenses associated with the professional growth activities approved by the board. The district shall pay the Associate Superintendent's membership dues in the Association of California School Administrators, otherwise known as ACSA, and in one other professional organization selected by the Associate Superintendent and approved by the Superintendent. 24 days of annual vacation with pay exclusive of holidays and 12 days of annual sick leave. At this time, I would ask the board to approve the contract for employment of Associate Superintendent, Human Resource Services.
Mrs. Hayes, do we have any comments on this?
We do not.
Trustees, any comments or questions? Trustee Bolikas, Trustee Davis?
All good.
No comment.
Okay, then I'll entertain a motion to approve employment agreement.
So moved.
Motion to move the. I'm sorry, was someone else starting? Motion to move the approval of the hiring.
Contract, yes, okay. So moved by Trustee Bolikas. I'll take a second from Trustee Davis.
Sounds good.
Okay. Mrs. Hayes, we call the roll.
Student Advisor Padia,
Aye.
Trustee Bolikas,
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
Trustee Nenicek.
Aye.
Let the record show Trustee Jones is absent and has left the meeting. Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Passes 5-0-1.
Welcome, Dr.
Welcome, Dr. Presby.
See you on Monday morning.
Don't leave now, hang out, we're still going. Okay, we are on item 14A7. This is first reading Board Policy 5111, admission. This is Dr. Merwin.
Thank you very much, President McNicholas. Trustee Superintendent Vital-Brulte, staff presents items 14A7. First reading, Board Policy 511, admission. So you will note this evening that staff is bringing to you a series of policies tonight in preparation for federal program monitoring audit process. All of these policies are being brought forth with revisions to be in compliance with current state and federal educational codes and regulations. Board Policy 5111 admission is the first reading, and staff appreciates any feedback regarding this revisions to this board policy. I'm joined by Executive Director Mike Beekman and also Assistant Superintendent Carrie Johnson to help answer any questions that you have.
Mrs. Hayes, do we have any speakers on this item? Trustees, any comments or questions? Trustee Henajek.
I would move approval of Board Policy 5111 admission.
Second,
Okay, moved by trustee Henajek, second by trustee Bullock. I have one question. Will this change if we go to universal TK? Because right now it designates the 5th birthday between September 2nd and December 2nd. I know that hasn't been adopted yet, I don't think. I'm just.
We can confirm that and make sure that, I know that it's a transition over several years to the new TK entry birthday. We can confirm that it reflects that in that section.
Okay, so I'm just, if you're looking at complying with an audit, you want to make sure that your dates are what the current dates are, even though we know that they change over time.
Agreed.
All right, then we can go ahead and roll call on this.
Well, we should amend the policy to include TK. So.
It is in here. TK is in here.
TK is in the
No,
policy.
I know, but like the rolling, because some of these rolling deadlines start now. I mean, it's.
Yeah, can we add that language? Could we add that language to update as it updates?
I wonder if what we do is I'm just thinking out loud, what if we say that we would update the policy with the state of California TK rollout dates? And then know for the record, that's what we're going to insert in the policy.
So you want to insert in the policy now?
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure these dates start in the fall. So we just have to bring this back with the dates. We should just do it now. So we could say that it would be amended with the state of California TK rollout dates. And then we would put those dates in there. We have to bring this back anyway, because we can't waive the second
We're
reading.
not all here.
You're not all here.
Okay.
But we could add that. And that's what you'd see on consent on
Okay.
the next meeting.
So we are going to
I'm happy to make a separate amendment or an amendment to that if you'd like, a motion.
Okay, so you're gonna
I move to approve board policy 5111 with the addition of the California updated information for TK.
TK rollout dates. Okay.
Rollout dates. Yes, thank you.
Substitute motion by Davis. I need a second. A second by.
second,
Okay, I got Castellanos first. Sorry, Judy, you're slow. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Mrs. Hayes, will you call the roll, please?
Student Advisor Padia,
Aye.
trustee Bullicus,
aye.
trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee Hanachek,
Aye.
trustee Jones is absent, trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Motion passes 501. This will come back for second reading on consent. Yep. Okay, item 14A8, first reading board policy 5125, student records. Dr. Merwin.
Thank you again, President McNicholas, trustees, Superintendent Vital Realty. We now present Board Policy 5125, student records for first reading. Again, for the same reasons as all the other policies coming forward. We are here for any questions that you have. This is a first reading.
Do we have any comments on any comment cards, blue cards?
We
No?
do not.
Okay, trustees, comments, questions? I have one question. It's more curiosity. At the bottom of page 982, which is, I think, the second page. No, first, apology. Superintendent or designee shall also provide students' families with appropriate notice and description of the immigration officer's request document any verbal or written requests for information by an immigration authorities and unless prohibited, provide students and parents, guardians with documents issued by the immigration enforcement officer. Have we ever had that happen at any of our schools? Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
not that we're aware of.
Okay, just we're covering it, we're doing it, we make sure we pass an audit, but it's not like it's a big deal that we're worried about that we've done something wrong or aren't covering ourselves.
Yeah,
Okay.
why are we adding that language?
This is in order to make our policy align with federal regulations and ed code.
So we're out of compliance right now with this.
Yeah, that's correct. This needs to be updated and it's part of our federal program monitoring audit that we were able to identify this issue.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval.
Second.
Moved by trustee Havlicek, second by trustee Bullockis? Davis. Bullockis,
Bullockis.
thank you. Mrs. Hayes, call the roll.
Student Advisor Padia,
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis,
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
Trustee Davis,
Hi.
Trustee Marisak,
Aye.
Trustee Jones is absent, and Trustee McNicholas.
Aye. Motion passes 501. That'll come back as a second reading under consent. Item 14A9, first reading, board policy 5131.2, bullying. Dr. Merwin.
Thank you again, President McNicholas, trustees, Superintendent Vital-Brulte. We now present to you Board Policy 5131.2, bullying. This is a first reading. Again, the team is available here as well for questions. We are here for feedback as a first reading. Thank you.
Mrs. Hayes, do we have any comments on this?
We do not.
Okay, trustees, comments or questions? I will entertain a motion to approve.
So move board policy 5131.2.
Second.
Moved by trustee Castellanos, second by trustee Havlicek. Mrs. Hayes, call the roll.
Student Advisor Padia,
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis,
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
Trustee Davis,
Hi.
Trustee Hannah, Trustee Jones is absent, Trustee McNicholas.
Aye, motion passes 501. We'll see that again on consent. On to item 14A10, first reading, board policy 5131.4, student disturbances. Dr. Merwin.
Thank you again, President McNicholas, trustees, Superintendent Vital-Brulte. Now we present for first reading, Board Policy 5131.4, student disturbances. The team and I are here to answer any questions and to hear your feedback. Thank you.
Mrs. Hayes, any blue cards?
No blue cards.
Trustees, comments, questions?
Seems much more concise now.
Yeah, I guess my question is, are we missing anything in, are some of the previous details going to be included in an AR or just not necessary?
We will work with legal. I know that legal has looked at all of this with us already.
Okay.
Before we present it to you. Anything that needs to go into an administrative regulation, we would do that.
Okay. Okay, I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Havlicek, second by trustee Castellanos. Mrs. Hayes, call the roll.
Student Advisor Padia,
Aye.
Trustee Bullockis,
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
Trustee Davis,
Hi.
Trustee Hannah, Trustee Jones is absent, Trustee McNicholas.
Aye, motion passes 501. We'll see that on the consent on the second reading. On to 14A11, first reading, board policy 5141.52, suicide prevention. Dr. Merwin.
Thank you again, President McNicholas, trustees, Superintendent Vital-Brulte. We now present for first reading Board Policy 5141.52, suicide prevention. Would like to point out again, as was mentioned in the opening statements of the board meeting, that In response to feedback, we have made revisions to this board policy, and there are copies in the back of the room. And the revision was to clarify the frequency of parent support. And that was through meetings to be held annually through the Family Resource Center. So that information, we appreciate that feedback. And that has been added to this policy. Copies of the revised policy, again, are available in the back of the room. The revised section reads, the board believes parents, guardians should be aware of the severity of the youth suicide problem. The district will offer a meeting to parents to discuss suicide and to help parents, guardians recognize warning signs of suicide, learn basic steps for helping suicidal youths, and identify community resources that can help teenagers in crisis. This meeting will be held annually through the Family Resource Center. So again, I'm joined by the team if you have any other questions or feedback.
I do. Thank you, Greg. On page 2, under the suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention protocol, starting with these protocols will be in place for students in grades. I think it should be deleted 7 through 12, and for students in kindergarten grades 1 through 6, all of that should be deleted, and rather should say these protocols will be in place for students in grades TK to 12, period, and delete the next sentence for students in kindergarten and grades 1 through 6. Why couldn't we combine that all together? Why is it delineated differently for 7 through 12 and then kinder through in grades 1 through 6?
Trustee Davis, thank you for that question. As it continues, it's just differentiating the approach for kindergarten and grades 1 through 6 is different than the approach for grades 7 through 12. So that was the intent of that, to show kindergarten and grades 1 through 6, it would be differentiated for those students.
Could it be
Well,
secondary and primary?
Don't you,
I still think we would cover that. And in the next sentence, it says district staff will ensure that protocols are age appropriate and delivered and discussed in a manner sensitive to the needs of young students. I think we cover it. I think we cover it all if we just say TK through 12, and that we're going to be age appropriate in all that we do. Everything we do in education needs to be age appropriate.
I had submitted that on Monday.
Mrs. Hayes, did you get that as a potential amendment?
I don't recall.
Okay. Okay, Trustee Bullicus, was your suggestion, could you, sorry,
That's okay. It was exactly what Lisa, it was redundant. It was like the sentence had accidentally been typed in twice. And I had sent that part of the Q&A and Monday. So I have the same question Lisa does, because the following sentence in response to Greg's explanation kind of clarifies it. So could Greg reread that and see what we're talking about here?
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. Thank you, Trustee Bullicus. So I would do, so it would read, with this revision, it would read, these protocols will be in place for students in grades TK through 12. For students in kindergarten and grades 1 through 6, district staff will ensure the protocols are age appropriate, et cetera, et cetera.
I would like to see for students in kindergarten and grades 1 through 6 deleted that sentence altogether, and that we're always mindful of age appropriateness for anything we do.
I think Trustee Davis's point is that the protocols be in place for all students grades TK through 12 B, and the district will ensure that the protocols are age appropriate. And so let's see. So these protocols will be in place for students grades, say delete
TK through 12.
Delete 7 and put TK. And then delete the rest of that sentence.
And continue and delete the second sentence for students in kindergarten and grades 1 through 6. I'd say we delete all the way from grades 7 through 12. So it would read, These protocols will be in place for students in grades TK to 12, period.
And then the
Delete for
second
students. And the second sentence would be district staff will ensure that protocols are age appropriate, comma, and delivered and discussed in a manner sensitive to the needs of all students. I think the age appropriateness is the key term there, and why there was that differentiation there. But I think we're always going to be age appropriate, whether it's 7th grade, 10th grade, TK, or 2nd grade, whatever.
Understood. And I
I
think
think that covers it.
And I do think we have the amendment there. Is there any objection to anyone, any other trustees on making that amendment? Okay, then.
I move approval with that amendment.
Okay,
Second.
okay, moved by trustee Davis to approve board policy 5141.52 as amended, second by trustee Castellanos. Mrs. Hayes, did you get those amendments?
I do have those amendments.
Okay, thank you. Would you call the roll, please?
Student advisor Padia,
Aye.
trustee Bullicus,
Aye.
trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee Hanachek,
Aye.
trustee Jones is absent, trustee McNicholas.
Aye, motion passes 501. We'll see that on second reading. I'm not going to ask for an extension because we're going to do these next three really quick. Item 14A 12, first reading board policy 5145.1 through 3, immigration enforcement. Dr. Merwin.
Thank you again, President McNicholas, trustees, Superintendent Vital-Brulti. We now present for first reading board policy 5145.13, immigration enforcement. The team and I are here to answer questions and to collect your feedback.
Do we have any comment cards on this, Mrs. Hayes?
We do not.
Okay, trustees, any comments or questions? Trustee Hanachek?
I would move approval.
I have an amendment.
Okay, trustee Davis.
Under information required for school enrollment, I would, in the second line, you never have to provide information about citizen / immigration status, and then delete to have your child enrolled in school, and delete also you never have, and plug in the word or provide a social security number to have your child enrolled in school. So basically combine those two and delete the word, all of those, and change that to the word or. So you never have to provide information about citizenship / immigration status or provide a social security number to have your child enrolled in school.
Okay. Any disagreement on that? Okay. Mrs. Hayes, did you get that? This is in the second bullet point under information required for student enrollment. You never have to provide information about citizenship / immigration status. Delete to have your child enrolled in school. Also, you never, and insert the word or. So it would then read, you never have to provide information about citizenship / immigration status or have to provide a social security number to have your child enrolled in school.
I have that amendment.
Okay. Okay, trustee Davis, would you like to make that motion with the amendment?
Yes, so moved with those amendments.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Davis to approve board policy 5145.13 as amendment, second by trustee Castellanos. Mrs. Hayes, would you call the roll, please?
Student advisor Padia,
Aye.
trustee Bullicus,
Aye.
trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee Hanachek,
Aye.
trustee Jones is absent, trustee McNicholas.
Aye, motion passes 501. We'll see that on a second reading. Item 14A13, first reading board policy, married / pregnant / parenting students. Dr. Merwin.
Thank you, President McNicholas, trustees, Superintendent Vital-Brulti. We now present first reading board policy 5146, married, pregnant, parenting students. The team and I are here for any questions, and we appreciate your feedback.
Mrs. Hayes, do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Hey, trustees, I'll go to trustee Davis first. Do you have anything on this?
Well, thank you. No, I just had one question on page 4, number 2. Do we currently have parenting education and life skills instruction? Do we currently have classes, those classes?
We can confirm that for you, trustee Davis.
What about the program at Union?
At Union, I would say
Oh.
we have that at Union.
At Union.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
In fact, that's, I think, where most of these accommodations are present is at Union. So trustee Davis, would you like to move approval with that?
So moved.
Again,
Moved by trustee Davis, second by trustee Castellanos. Roll call, please.
Claudia,
Aye.
trustee Bullicus,
Aye.
trustee Castellanos, trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee Hannachek,
aye.
trustee Jones is absent, trustee Nicholas.
Aye, motion passes 501. We'll see that on consent for second reading. Our last item, 14A14, first reading board policy 6171, Title I programs. Dr. Merwin.
And thank you again one more time, President McNicholas, trustee, Superintendent Patel Brulti. We now present the final board policy 6171, Title I programs. This is also for first reading, and we appreciate your feedback, and we'll answer any questions you have.
Mrs. Hayes, do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Trustees, any comments, questions, or I'll entertain a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, moved by trustee Bullicus, second by trustee Davis. With no amendments. Mrs. Hayes, we call the roll.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus,
Aye.
trustee Castellanos, trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee Hannachek, trustee Jones is absent, trustee Nicholas.
Aye, motion passes 501. We'll see this on consent. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, moved by trustee Hannachek. I'll take trustee Davis. This is a second. We need a roll call.
Student advisor Padia,
Aye.
trustee Bullicus,
Aye.
trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
trustee Davis,
Aye.
trustee Hannachek, trustee Jones is absent, trustee McNicholas.
Aye, motion passes 501. We are adjourned at 10:53.
Or 12:53 Houston time.
Sorry, 12:53 Houston time. Thanks for sticking with us, trustee Bullicus. Thank you.
Good
trustee.
night.
Goodbye.